Testing, testing, testing. Poopy, poopy, poopy. Come on down South Park and suck some friends of mine. All right, sweet, we're good. Catastrophe avoided. Although it says my bit rate, it shows my bit rate as being all fucking, I don't know, looks crazy in the stream manager. It looks red and deathly. What up, Sneaky Gecko? What up, iDubbbz Balls? Welcome back. Is Cloudblower and Bushy Flames, are they up in here? Let me see. Got to see all my weed heads. Bushy Flames is up in here. Yo, what up? Let's get it. What up, Bulldogs? Man. Yo, what? Luna do it? Lunar do it. We can hear you? Okay, good. Hey, Shaden Freud. Oh, you got the 6-month fucking old squirrel channel badge. I like that. Very few people have that. Very few people. So today, got some news for y'alls. Thank you, iDubbbz Balls. Appreciate you. Got the Flamingo Cup, because we're feeling flamboyant today. And we uploaded a squirrel video on the second channel. Mug tour. Yes, and if you've watched that video, I won't spoil too much of it, but we did add some squirrels to our squirrel decks. So, you know, that's the extent of which I will spoil. What else? Yeah, I mean, not too much else. I think the next task is we're going to have the Creator Clash broadcast up probably on Saturday. I think that's the plan, so everyone can watch it as a little fun event. And all the other videos as well. And then after that, I think it's, main channel video. In the meanwhile, I should probably record it. But I'm thinking like an iDubbbz Complains type video. Something that, a grinds my gear type of video. I know, Crickesty. I remember you from last stream. I forget how you pronounce that. Crickesty. A commentary with the fighters would be good, but it's a lot to ask. The fighters already have, they just need to get back to their fucking shit. Crikesty. Okay, that's easy. Content Cop Super Mega. That's a good idea. Those boys are up to no good. But yeah, we are, thank you, Mad Yako. We are going to be World of Warcrafting. World of Warcraft is my safe space, so I'm going to go in there for today. What's been grinding my gears recently? I have a lot of ideas. Some of them aren't even so grinds my gears type. They're just kind of like interesting topics. Kind of like that one video I made about the fishes in holes. Those Asian fish holes where they're just like puppeteering dead fish to make it look like they did something. Yeah. Thank you, Mad Yako, for the gifted. Schadenfreude just said, for some reason, Twitter's throwing all the iDubbbz / Anissa haters in my timeline. It's insufferable. Yeah, I mean, trust me, I'm aware. Sometimes I'll get in my For You, and I'm like, all right, I need to train this For You page a little bit better. Let's figure it out. But yeah, lately it's been... So some interesting topics I would say is I've seen a lot of people who like train dogs, but the way they train dogs isn't necessarily like teach them new tricks or anything like that, or training them for like police service or for deaf and blind people. It's just like dudes wanting to get their pit bulls and other dogs as jacked as possible. And I just think it's so fucking funny, like that concept. Like a lot of these guys like aren't in great shape themselves. They kind of have a bit of a beer belly, but they have so much like passion for making their dog like a beast, a pit bull with a fucking 6-pack and huge pecs. And I just think it's so funny, that concept. I want to explore it because I've seen some like YouTube channels like dedicated to like, essentially like feeding their dog all the right macronutrients and shit and putting him on a workout routine. So I just want to kind of explore it. I have no idea what I'd find, but it seems like it would be fun. Is it legal? Yeah, you're just fucking... I mean, our society doesn't actually give too much of a shit about dogs, unfortunately. It's just like, they're deemed property, basically. They're like maybe a slightly upgraded property, like, because you can obviously get in trouble for animal abuse, as you should, but yeah, it's like lazy high school football coaches. Yeah, in a way. Yeah, it just seems interesting because I feel like it's a different culture. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know what you would do. I'm not going to I'm not going to buff out Blitz or Fiona. I'm not going to make them some swole beasts, but it would be cool if I put them on one of those self starting treadmills and just fed them a bunch of raw meat. That'd be a funny gag. But that was one of them. The other one, which you guys kind of inspired me to get into and talk a little bit more at length, is just like the concept of like candy grams in school. Because I've seen some stories online and stuff, and I feel like it's just a fun topic to riff on. Because the topic of candy grams, it's like there's some people who are like, yeah, no big deal. Ain't no big deal if you don't get a candy gram. Yeah, candy grams throwback. Hey, Nandre, welcome. I'm going to be honest, Nandre. The other day, I was going to raid someone. I saw your name in the list, but I was like, I'm still not like familiar enough with who Nandre is, so I'm like, I'll hold back for now. Because sometimes it's hard. I don't know, I don't know how, comfortable people are with that sort of thing. I would rather like see more of your content to get an idea of where you're at. How are you going to find a squirrel expert? My plan really isn't to find a squirrel expert. I think it would actually be funny to like find an enthusiastic fan who maybe like convinces me that they're in school for like biology and they have some thoughts about things. And even if it's not, even if they're just fucking, completely out of their element, I think going on a Zoom call and asking them like a bunch of like really like difficult questions would be funny as fuck. Come by sometime. I will come by sometime. Yeah. And I appreciate you coming by here. You and Joji have the biggest character development of all time, became some of the most friendly and wholesome type people. Do you and Joji ever check in with each other and talk every once in a while? Very occasionally, very every once in a while, but we're on good terms. Same thing with Max. We're all just fucking trudging on our paths. But yeah, it's good. I mean, we're all, I think, in a similar place in our lives where it's like, you gotta grow up, Joker TV is the funniest WoW streamer at the moment. He lives in Malta. I remember actually watching Joker he was like really good at speed leveling. Yeah. Only here to sin. You got anything similar to the interview with Olay planned? No, I mean, nothing like particularly political, I would say. But I don't know. I can't really avoid it, right? Like, I think it's part of my personality and kind of what interests me in general. Thank you, Liz the Sad Witch, for the resubscribe. Resubscribe. That's fucking cool. Let's go. Let's fucking go. But yeah, I mean, I will say there is one video documentary that's planned that's a little bit more, I don't know, like, it is going to interest people in the same way maybe the Olay video interests people. Yeah. Can you say what your question to Cody's lab was? Yes, Bulldogs, I can. Because we got like a small group of people here. But I don't want anyone to take this idea. All right? It's my idea. I mean, you could take it. Just give me credit. But also, it probably won't work. The plan, guys. This was a video idea. The plan is there's this thing called an XRF gun, which shoots like fucking X-rays or some shit like that into material, and it gives you a readout of like what that material is comprised of. It's mainly used in like sorting scrap metal, in just identifying like metals. Like if you want to see if you have a particular alloy, you fucking put it on this iPhone and it'll tell you like how many, like it's composed of 86% aluminum, 13% zinc, and 1% iridium or whatever. Like that's what it would do. And so I wanted to get one of these XRF guns because I have the idea that if it can give you a readout of material compositions, that I could put it on a pack of Pokemon cards without damaging it, because it doesn't. That's the nice part about these XRF guns, is they don't damage the thing. You don't have to like blast it into smithereens to get a readout. So you put it on the pack of Pokemon cards, unopened, of course, unasked for, braless pack of Pokemon cards, and then you blast it. And maybe if it has a hollow in there, it will read 0.1% higher than the pack that doesn't have the hollow inside. But I don't, like, this is just a theory, a wild theory. These guns cost $20,000 plus. You could rent them, but even renting them, yeah, scamming, exactly. That's the idea, is that, like, I want to expose a potential scam before people can use it to scam. But maybe, I mean, I get the credit for being the scam discoverer if it works. I was hell on board until I heard 20,000. Yeah, so the thing is, it's 20,000, but you can rent it for a week for $350. So that's what I was thinking that I would do. But I still felt, the thing is, they don't want to give it to people like me. So I was this close to getting it. I called them up and I placed the order, and they called me and they're like, "Hey, I see you placed an order for this thing." And I was like, shit, what do I say? He's like, yeah, I just need to know the application. And thankfully, I had done some reading beforehand, so I was like, yes, for sorting scrap metal. That's what I'm using it for, sorting scrap metal. I didn't want to tell them that I was blasting Pokemon cards with it. But, so that's why you're trying to sell the Subaru? No, Grizzly Bears. That's not the fucking reason. Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Is like, I don't think it will work. But there's only one way to find out. I sent a DM to Smarter Every Day, to Michael Reeves, to Cody's lab, and it seems like all of them were kind of like, they all had some helpful-ish things to say, but it's all shit that I kind of already thought about a little bit. And I think there's enough of a disinterest, especially from someone like Destin or Cody, where they're like, I don't even know what is this even about. Like, you know what I mean? They were nice and everything. It's just that I don't think they're that interested in the exposing a scam part of it. XRF is X-ray fluorescence. So basically, you shoot X-rays at a thing, and the energy will fluorescence come back out of the material at a lower energy wavelength, and you can read the wavelengths to determine the chemical composition. Yeah, exactly. It's easier just to tell people, yeah, you shoot X-rays at it, you know. That way they kind of at least get the general idea. Like, I'm not harmed, generally speaking, when I get a fucking X-ray. But yeah, it is going to be an amount of like radiation and stuff. You should do an identical Max type video with it. Yeah. I mean, that would be great. Well, my plan was that, like, if it does work, oh man, I would visit all the Pokemon YouTubers and be like, what if I could guess what if this Pokemon card pack has a foil in it? Would you want to do a bet? Maybe I could make some bets or some money from betting. That would be kind of cool. Anyways, guys, all that to say, that's what the Cody's Lab question was about. I wanted to keep it close to the chest because, you know, I want to be the one to do it. But you know, I trust you guys, and also it's effort. So if someone's willing to do it, you know, as long as they fucking credit me, then it's all good. But I am going to do it. I still plan on doing it. I think I can make a banger video if it were to work. Yeah. Okay. Well, you guys have encouraged me to do it. I think I will do it when I get back to Seattle. No, Captain Bobbles. You did not. But you're using it over and over, wouldn't it compile? I don't know what that means, Chow Garden. Yeah, I think it would be safe. I mean, it's Bozaby. I don't know if you're being serious when you say, can it read scratchy lotto tickets too? I mean, theoretically, if like the winning part of the scratcher lotto ticket had a thin layer of foil over it, because it's meant to be like, it doesn't tell you like all chemical compositions. It's not going to tell you like, you know, everything down to the smallest amount. But yeah, theoretically, maybe if there was like a little foil area underneath the scratch off part that indicated that you were a winner, you could blast it with the radiation and maybe it will give you a different readout that indicates that it's a winner. But yeah. Can we find the Wonka bar though? You guys are actually giving me ideas. I mean, like, even just thematically talking about it in the video is like, yeah, if fucking Charlie in the Chocolate Factory or Charlie or any of his little goons had one of these guns, they could just scan all of the chocolate bars. Yeah, to get a fucking a Beastables golden ticket. Love that idea. All right, I'm gonna call Anissa and we're gonna play World of Warcraft. Yeah, Charlie was dirt poor, so fair enough. Oh, thanks, Han, for fixing the tags. I'm just like, you know me.
I drank all my coffee and I'm sad about it.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Yeah, I was chugging.
Chugging.
Oh my god. I don't want to tell Justin how much I'm paying for my back piece. He just asked.
Oh, yeah. Don't tell him.
He's gonna shard himself.
Someone
He's gonna shit
said
his pants.
Is cold ones in September, October, or November? It's changed 3 times. Yeah, it's changed 3 times because number one, I am me. You know me. I am that. Uh, and I have to fit things around a schedule. And Max is him, and he's very busy, especially now that he has cold ones and all this sort of shit, and he's launching Grog Town. So he's very busy. So I have an idea for a certain time to go over there, and then he has an idea of a certain time, and then we just gotta fucking meet somewhere eventually. I need to try the grog. Yeah, I need to try the grog too. It's gonna be delicious. I like that they have grape flavor because grape's one of my faves. Oh, I have to put things on a different screen. Have I always been playing it over here? I guess so. Grape is goated. I fucking love grape. I could hear Blitz snoring in the background. It's repulsive.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm like Justin's like grilling me right
Yeah.
now.
Idubs loves the most infantile flavors. I do. All of my peers, you know what they like when it comes to like candies? They like chocolate, Reese's, uh, Snickers bar, Mound. No, they don't like Mounds. I like Mounds because I like coconut. Uh, yeah. Nandre gets it. Artificial grape flavor is better than real grape. It is. It absolutely is. It's its own flavor. You know how like Coke has been trying to come out with like new flavors that aren't really based on anything. They just call it weird shit like life or mystery's a thing. It's like a random exotic flavor. Like what would they call it? Like Starlight or something like that.
They call it
Starlight, that's what it is.
Move, I thought.
Move. Yeah, I like that. Black
like
currant enjoyers rise up. Fuck
Ooh.
you, black currant enjoyers.
That's what the hell? Why are you saying fuck you? What'd they do to you?
Well, I did a fruit tier list during the 24-hour stream, and I think I was giving some bad takes on fruit flavors, and I think I ranked all the currants very low.
What? I think you really like currants.
Yeah.
He recently tried Saskatoon berries, which are like the prairies, like what I grew up eating. It's like our flavor. And he didn't like it. Pissed me off.
Worst artificial flavor is banana.
No, 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 no. Mm-mm.
With time, banana is quite good.
Wait, did you just say with time?
With time.
What does that mean? What are you saying?
With time and understanding and patience, you can like the banana flavor. I actually would say, yeah, someone saying Laffy Taffy banana flavors
So
goated. By the way, fun fact, I know none of you guys asked for it, but Jordan, Radjor's mom, her favorite Laffy Taffy flavor is the banana Laffy Taffy.
Oh, that's cute. That's kind of sweet.
I'd save the banana Laffy Taffies for her.
Aw, what the hell?
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Yeah. Well, it's just because it's rare. It's kind of nice when someone has like some weird tastes, a little bit, because it's easy. It's like I know who this is going to. It's not going to me.
If you weren't married to me and you wanted to like pick up women, you could just tell them
that story.
And so many women would be they'd be like, this is the sweetest guy. You save a flavor of Laffy Taffy for your best friend's mom.
Yeah.
That's like the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
when we go trick or treating at the age of
Oh,
18.
my dog farted. Damn it. Oh yeah, you did trick or treat until you were 18, huh?
Oh, dude, I love trick or treating. I wish it was more acceptable to trick or treat as an adult. That's actually maybe like a good iDubbbz complaints topic.
Mm.
It won't make the old fans happy at all. Like that, I guarantee.
Oh, maybe you should film yourself trick or
Wait,
treating as an
wait.
adult.
Let me just say as well. I can't believe that people think that like you're embarrassing me by saying that I shit my pants. But I'm talking about trick or treating as an adult. Is that not insane?
Let's ask chat. What's objectively more embarrassing? Even like let's pretend, because I know that these people are not giving the benefit of the doubt that I didn't mean that you literally shit your pants. But let's pretend, okay, that I was saying that you literally shit your pants. Chat, what is worse? The information, if it was true that Ian shits his pants, or that Ian trick or treated at the age of 18. What's more embarrassing? I don't know.
I mean, to me, it's very obvious what's embarrassing to me.
Ian trick or treating at 18.
Yeah.
Shitting
Neither.
pants.
No, you guys are great. I love you guys. IBS is epic. I don't know about y'all.
There's a poll.
Go vote.
Bad shitting.
I'm fucking.
My mom bullied me. I'm not even kidding. She literally bullied me when I was like in grade 5 for wanting to go trick or treating. She was like, "What are you, a loser?" So I stopped trick or treating. And like, she's like, "You can't behave that way.
Oh man, that's rough.
Everybody will shit their pants eventually." Oh my god, it's almost like, okay, no, trick or treating is winning now. No,
Man.
yeah, my mom did not hold punches.
There's something about it, man. There's something about trick or treating. It's like the. I'm trying to think if it's okay. If you went, how about this, guys? To adultify it, what you do is you have a backpack instead of holding like a pillowcase or like a lantern.
That's worse.
Thing.
You just made it so much worse. That's like you're like casing the joint.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it's worse for like the people giving out the candy, but I mean for you not looking, because it's the idea, right? I think a lot of people get uncomfortable with the idea of like, oh my gosh, as an adult, I'm gonna be walking around a neighborhood with like a sack, like a little child sack.
The pillowcase is
I'm not gonna be,
than a backpack.
Oh, guys, how about this?
No, you're making it worse.
They make attachments, right? So like attachments for, I saw someone like 3D prints like a Nintendo Switch controller that you can put the little Switch things, the nunchucks into, and then you could put your beer like right in the middle of them and drink like that. We need something like that for like the pillowcase.
Oh my god, trick or treating at 18 won. Okay, no. I have a new.
Nice.
Here's a new question. What's more embarrassing? Going trick or treating at 18, or believing some random guy and going on his submarine to go see the Titanic?
Oh man, that's unfair.
It's close. No, it's not. It's not close. It's an adult sippy cup. Okay, so it would be funny for you to wear a GoPro. Oh, okay. No, I have it. The train guy who wears that
that shows like his face and everything.
Everything. You need to wear that so people can see like the fit, and you trick or treat in that, and you cut, like, I'll film from behind, I'll follow you around, but you film just to see what people's reactions are. You should grow your mustache out and everything. No child beside you. Only go up to doors that have no children around and trick or treat and see what type of reactions you get. and your whole pitch can be like everyone should be able to trick or treat.
That's
That's
so.
true.
I love that being like half of the iDubbbz complains video. The first half is me telling people like, this is bullshit. This is such bullshit. And then the second half is me going out and doing it. I kind of like the idea of specifically going to the houses that kids like wouldn't want to go to, so I could be like the advocate for kids.
Oh.
I could be like, don't worry, I'm gonna do this shit for you guys. Like, this house has all its lights off. They're probably not giving out candy. That's fine. I'll go check it out.
That's literally how you get shot, I think. Actually going on the sub 1 by a landslide. Can you? Okay, that I just want to say I've been giving this a lot of thought. I've heard a lot of people talk about like wanting to leave a legacy or whatever lately. Like that's been a conversation. A lot of people are. These every single one of those fuckers that died on that sub, I'm sure they really believed that they were leaving a legacy and they tried really hard and they really cared.
Mm-hmm.
And now all any of us are going to remember them as are the idiots that like went on that sub. And I'm saying this to say, let it go. This should be a very freeing realization for all of us that we can't control what our legacy is going to be, if it's anything. So why care about it? Because look they spent all that time and now that's what we're going to remember. That's their legacy.
Okay, a few things to say. I guess, like, in terms of people wanting to leave a legacy, like, they are leaving a legacy. So, like, you know, they should be happy to know that they are going to be remembered more than they were going to be remembered before, right? Am I right?
Yeah. No, I mean that is true, yeah. So maybe a legacy is bad, just period.
It might be.
Like maybe none of us should aim to have a legacy. Maybe that's like I don't want to be remembered. Right now my legacy is telling people that you shit your pants. Where are you flying to?
Orgrimmar.
Okay.
Someone, I'm not sure if they're a fan, but someone like invited me to a group and they're like, hey, like, I got this fucking gun. I got this big gun. Meet me in Orgrimmar.
Oh my gosh.
And it's this really fucking cool ass gun. It's a bind on equipped gun, but like, I would love to use it, but I don't think I want to pay for it. I think because I'm all out of money for buying these things, and it just seems weird. I'm assuming they're a fan because they messaged me. You're getting WoW catfish? I might be.
Oh, you get there and they just beat you up. Should I
Yeah.
just stay here, I guess? I don't know if I should follow you or
Oh, this guy's so fucking sweet. They say, I main hunter but don't have one on this server. I want someone to use it. I prefer bows, but if you will equip it, it's yours free.
Aw. Give him a kiss.
Ztall. Thank you, Ztall. Let me look through what you guys were saying in this chat. WoW does have guns. It's very... Bro, about to get jumped in Orgrimmar. I did not know WoW had guns.
I didn't know WoW had guns either.
Chow Garden said, hey, Ian, gonna head out, but have a question. Feel free to answer. Anyone else here who knows anything about it? Basically, what are y'all's thoughts on creatine? Been going to the gym for years and got a heavy bag recently. Want to know y'all's opinions. A heavy bag of creatine?
Creatine's awesome.
Creatine's good. What is it, like 5 milligrams a day?
20% increase in strength overall for non...
Our strength and conditioning coach Luca basically says like creatine is one of the few supplements that has like so much research on it, like proper research done, clinical trials and everything, and it shows that it is like it's not too good to be true. It's like you know, it's a good thing to have. You know, particularly if you're wanting to get stronger, you're wanting to have better performance in the gym. I I try to take it as often as I can. It's just hard to like keep up with it. I think that's my main problem.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all supplements and routines. It's
Yeah. Hey, John Bingo. Hey, architect. Welcome, gentlemen. Anissa's legacy is the woman who taught the world what a pelvic tilt is.
that's true. No, I I think I was talking to Ian about this, or I've talked to Ian about this a few times, and um when I was in fine arts university, I took a performative art course, like um, modern art or whatever. And one of the things that we talked about was Yoko Ono and her performance art and who she was, through the lens of looking at her as a person. And at the time, I thought to myself, like, how fucking sad this person who had all these dreams and aspirations and did a lot of things on her own, very cool things. Very smart person, very sweet, very sweet. Um, she's like so incredibly hated. Like the only time I've ever heard of Yoko Ono is like crediting her to like ruining. And I was like 18, 19 at the time. I was like, man, damn, this is fucked up. What a horrible like ending. And then now
Yeah.
it's like, how does that even happen? I feel like I manifested it. I don't know. It wasn't on purpose, but that's my legacy. I ruined.
Yoko Ono's fucking based. Don't even say that. Yoko
No, but
Ono's incredibly based.
but it is ironic because that is what they picked to call me was Yoko Ono. I was like, man, that's so fucking crazy because I like I don't know, life is crazy.
Yeah.
That's my legacy though. I broke up the Cancer Crew with my whole my evil chasm.
To be honest, like as a person who didn't do any art history anything and don't care about the Beatles at all and never have, and only know one song. And
You only know
no,
one song?
yeah, and no. Oh wait,
No way you
maybe
only know
two
one song.
songs. Yeah,
I think you know at least
I
three.
think I know an underground song called like "The Fish" or something, or
Yellow Submarine.
maybe
Yeah,
that
I
one.
know you know Yellow Submarine for
Yeah, and
sure.
"Hey Jude," and that's it.
Hey Jude.
That's it.
No, Octopus's Garden. You know for
Nah,
sure.
I mean, I might know it if you played it, but that doesn't count. I'm like,
Okay,
if
I'm
you
sorry.
told
I'll
me
let you
Octopus's
finish your.
Garden, yeah,
I'm sorry. I'll let you
would
finish
work.
your thought. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what was I saying?
Blackbird.
Uh, oh shit, I need to find this person. Uh, 1 second. I'm doing a trade with an ancient guy here. Yes. So honestly, the only exposure that I have ever gotten to Yoko Ono is like coming across some random fucking Bill Burr clip where he's just shit talking Yoko Ono and how she's like ruining a particular show and making it all about her or some shit in a YouTube video. It was like some bit that he did that like it probably has over 1 million views at this point, but it's just some dumb YouTube video, and I'm certain that that is a lot of other like people's experience or exposure to someone who that they don't have any interest in or have never even like was never even aware of this person, but they wanted to have an opinion on Yoko Ono, and so they got it. They got it from a fucking like Bill Burr stand-up bit. There wasn't even a stand-up bit. I think he was just like ranting on like his podcast or something like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what is kind of cool about all of it though. I don't know if it's a result of me getting called this so often. I'm not sure, but Sean Lennon follows me on Instagram and like actively looks at my Instagram stories. So I'm like, okay, I don't know. At least I got a Sean Lennon follow out of it. Uh, and he's kind of an interesting guy, so I don't know.
All right, guys, we didn't get jumped. It was looking scary for a minute here because they wanted me to meet inside of this little tower, but they gave it to me. The silencer, free of charge, just a fucking awesome ass bind on equipped gun. Here, I'll put it on so they know I'm not gonna sell it.
Yeah, his name's Sean. Sean Oko Lennon is his full name.
To the Forsaken!
Oh man, this is a good ass gun. I'm stoked. Wait, does it have a? Oh, and it has a slow attack speed.
She has her issues like any real person, but she definitely was villainized for dumb reasons. Yeah, I mean, artists, they're weird.
Hey,
But,
where's your dad? Welcome.
definitely not the weirdest out of all of the people involved in the Beatles. I will say that.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say. Oh, have you guys heard any of the AI song covers? So I came across the other day a report of the week, actually last night, a report of the week AI song cover of Big Iron, that like old Western song, and it was so good.
What?
It was so good. Report of the week, singing that Big Iron on his hip song.
Oh, that's sick. I do like that. Yes, you are correct. John Lennon was not kind of, John Lennon sang.
It's
I wanted to sing.
crazy. I feel like it's in some weird ways like this shit is. It's scary how good it is, like how like accurate it is. Um, but I also feel like if we look on the good side of this, this could be a great confidence booster for people to like do more. Because if the AI is fucking showing people like, hey, you can do this. This fits you and your personality. Like all of a sudden it's like it's less awkward, that transition.
Oh my
Thank you,
god.
Cynical 702 Cloud.
This tweet is fucked. I'm sorry, I have to send this to you. You can show it to your stream because it's actually that fucking crazy and fucked up. I can't believe this is a tweet. It's got 18,000 likes too. It's captioned, "These four men will dismantle Western wokeism." And this is an American that tweeted this out, just so you know.
Western wokeism.
But just look at your text, show chat, what this guy's four men.
All right, guys. You see those four men? That's King. What's fucking? Isn't this guy dead? Isn't Kim Jong-un dead?
No, his brother's dead.
Oh.
Kim
And then like
Jong-il.
a yassified Donald Trump.
Yeah, yassified Donald Trump.
Putin, and then the Chinese.
Yeah, they call him Winnie the Pooh.
Right, the Winnie the Pooh. Crazy.
But what? How can you? How can? What happened in the last 10 years that people in America are like North Korea?
Dude. It's fucking sad.
North Korea and Russia. I thought the conservatives hated Russia. What the hell? What happened? I just thought that was crazy. I gasped.
Yeah.
Twitter's getting real weird. It's a joke. Kim Jong Un times Donnie Trump collab is gonna go hard as fuck. If they did drop a diss track, I do think it would go hard as fuck. I just can't believe that was on Twitter, unironically. I mean, I think I have to remember that now you get money for engagement. Like I saw Tristan Tate tweeting out about how music is for stupid people, which
Mm-hmm.
was like an even more advanced uh, books are for dumb people tweet that his brother made. And I was like, oh, I see what you're doing. You want to get paid.
You want to get pegged.
Oh, that's true too.
Okay, so where are you located?
I'm
Gromgal?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, we had those Scarlet Monastery quests to do, but we can maybe skip those for now.
I saw that Kira person on Twitter who is like very like I don't know why their stuff pops off constantly, but it does. But they claimed that they made 50K in a month on Twitter, and I can't tell if they're lying because
Mm.
I mean people lie on the internet, but I don't know.
Hey, Midnight Pupils. I'm doing well, thank you. There you are. Hey, babe, I have bad news.
Yes. Okay, what do you want me to do about it?
I am elite. What are you?
A cheetah.
I am faster than the cheetah.
Doesn't look like it.
I am, trust me. Okay, wait,
I
hold
don't
up.
believe you.
So, oh shit, I need to get rid of this. Sorry, I just realized I now have a gun, so to use my gun, I'll need to like level that up and shit. Well, I should use these arrows. I'll use the arrows until I'm running low, and then I'll switch to the gun.
We gotta do this singing crystal thing.
Yes. Thank you, Spread Cheeks Not Hate, for resubscribing.
I like that name.
Yo, what's up, Ian? How you doing, man? Also, hello, chat. I'm doing great, dude. We're in World of Warcraft right now. Feeling awesome. Just uploaded a squirrel video. Things are good.
Yep.
Yeah, I know I'll need to buy bullets, Dior. I know. I figured that out. My inventory's mostly empty. I think we'll do that singing blue crystals one.
Okay.
Yes. All right.
I think what's appealing, like what makes WoW appealing is nostalgia, like almost 100% for Ian, in my opinion.
Yeah. There are some. I guess there are like some small attributes about the game that really help. I think MMOs are very easy to get like fucking drawn into because it doesn't end. Like you can literally just like exist in the world. Kind of like the same vibe or appeal that Minecraft has for me right now is that it's not like a match or a session. I play plenty of games with matches, you know, and once you're done with that match, whether you like win or lose, it's kind of like this opportunity to step away from it. Where it doesn't feel like that when you're playing a game like World of Warcraft. It feels like, yeah, you just keep going.
Yeah.
I complete a quest, but that just means I'm grabbing a new quest because I'm still in the game.
It's kind of like a weighted blanket. WoW is the weighted blanket of the gaming world.
That's couldn't have said it better myself.
Whoa, that guy was riding a robotic
Ostrich.
shaboom. What are those called in
Emu.
no, Final Fantasy? I think maybe
Oh, Chocobo.
Chocobo.
I think. I don't know. I've never played Final Fantasy.
Oh.
Currently addicted to Final Fantasy. I don't know what number that is. 16? 14? I feel that. Have you played Tears of the Kingdom? No, but I do respect anyone who has played it. I wonder what Oleg is up to. I mean, he's right here. He's by my side.
Someone on your Discord asked me if Oleg is a real person. I was like, yep.
Oleg is a real person. I mean, I have like 3 pictures of him. Like high quality
Really?
pictures of him.
What? I didn't. Wait, why? What?
Because like the only way we would communicate outside of World of Warcraft back in the day is sending emails.
So you would be
And
like, prove to me that you're real. Send me a high quality.
No, he did all of it on his own. I was totally to myself, but he was the one who would
Okay.
like send me a picture of like him. There's one of like him hanging out with his grandma or something. There's this really high quality one of him as like as a kid, and it's really like up close and like high definition. It's kind of crazy. Thank you, Ty Flanagus, for
That makes me feel
gifting subs.
like he's trying too hard to make you think that he's real. Here's a high def photo of my pores as a child to ensure that you know that I am a real person. I think he was an FBI agent.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's sending you high def photos of him as a child to
I
prove like lore. He was trying to prove lore.
I
I didn't
mean,
appear out of nowhere. Here's me as a child.
he from his pictures he looked Russian. It looked like he lived in Miami. It added up to me.
It added up to you. He looks Russian. There's some palm trees.
Yeah, exactly. You get it.
Did he have you know those videos of like the kids in the warehouse that are dancing to like hardcore like Russian dubstep
Yeah.
or whatever?
Yeah.
Did he look like one of those guys?
No.
Oh.
He had a
That's
buzz
what I
cut
always-
though.
See, they always do.
If I recall, I'm trying to think of how I could describe him to you guys. Like, picture like me, but skinnier, with like bigger, rounder eyes, a buzz cut.
Okay, you're literally just defining Schmeagol. This is like you're describing Schmeagol to a T.
Schmeagol doesn't have a buzz cut.
I mean, he's might as well.
And kind of big, sumptuous lips.
What? Like kissable?
Yeah, I don't know what sumptuous means. I just said that because it sounded appropriate. But like
No, yeah.
large lips.
Kissable lips.
Yeah,
So,
like lips
like-
that like I don't know, lips that are very reminiscent to like I Did a Thing's lips or like Bival's
okay, yeah,
lips.
yeah.
Does that
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sense?
Well defined and lifted. Sharp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sucking lips, exactly.
Suck
You guys get it.
like this.
I never thought about kissing those lips. I did find, like, I guess that's a way to put it, is that he was definitely the friend in our relationship who was willing to, like, extend himself, like, make the first move type of meme.
No, he was the top. Oh, I'm healing you.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
He was the assertive one. He
He's
was
the assertive
dommy
one.
mommy.
Yeah, exactly.
And he would say things like, "Oh, Ian, don't be so shy. You're sexy."
I mean, there's never any of that, but
No.
I mean,
So he didn't hype you up ever?
no.
It's not a very good friend.
There was like a fucking inappropriate amount of gay jokes back then, though, for sure.
Okay. I have a good way to put it is like in my friendship with Taylor, she's the dom. She's got top energy.
Top of the
It's just
morning
like
to your energy.
I don't know, it's just a vibe.
I get you. I feel like Ian was being groomed by Oleg. I mean, if he was older than me, but he was my same age, man. Maybe a year older than me? Is it grooming if they're a year older than you?
No.
There you go.
Gay jokes like I'm gay.
Nah.
There's always I think in most relationships there is a top and bottom energy. There's one person a bit more assertive, kind of puts, they're the ones who are making the calls. They're the ones who are like, let's hang out, and you're like, oh, I don't know, I'm kind of like feeling a little.
Well,
like
Midnight Pupil says, oh, we got fucking shoulder pieces. Midnight Pupil says, top energy in a friendship, I think, doesn't apply to guys. I've never felt that off someone.
Interesting.
I disagree. I kind of agree in the
energy.
sense. I kind of agree in the sense of like traditional male relationships, but I don't know. For me, there was. That's hard to say. I'm trying to like think of my current friends, like Radjor, if there was any of that.
Oh, I think so.
Dichotomy.
Clay's got top energy for sure. It's like a quiet top energy, though.
A quiet top.
Yeah, like he was definitely, yeah, for sure.
Froggy Tonic. Welcome, Froggy. Well, what's the difference between grooming and influencing?
In female relationships, I always have bottom energy. I'm very passive and shy and don't really know how to do anything at any given moment. But in male friendships and relationships, I think I have top energy.
Well, I like the... Oh, you're low health, babe. Yeah, I'm gonna get its attention. But, yeah, just,
Sorry.
You can handle your business there.
I'm a pretty loud bottom, for real. Yeah, it's fair.
But yeah, thinking about like how the friendship started between you and your male friend, I think is a good way of thinking about it. Like,
true.
Was it mutual? I think like me and Jordan, it was actually pretty mutual. There were like a couple of like, it was like a couple of like relatable references were made to like video games and shit. And then it was kind of like, oh, he kind of like me. Oh, that's kind of cool. He liked that thing that I like.
Aw, you guys were both kind of like shyly.
Yeah, exactly. But there were people in my life, like Oleg, as an example, who was a little bit more like, let's get this going. Like, like, let's get this friendship blossoming. And
I think you like people that are more let's get it going.
Yeah, because they make me feel more comfortable to oh, Oleg just leveled up, baby. All right, I'm gonna give him bite rank 6. Beautiful.
Oh, Max is a top for sure. Max has top energy. It's crazy top energy, but it's fucking
Max has crazy top energy.
Yeah, like I would say for sure. And I actually do think Chad has bottom energy in their dynamic. Rhett has top energy majorly, and Link has bottom energy majorly.
This is vanilla classic.
I think that's why you like Max, though, because Max is just like fucking full. He's so unapologetically just all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Link is a power bottom, though. That's, yeah, true. Valid. Yeah, Rhett and Link is easy. That's like if you want to explain to somebody top and bottom energy, Rhett and Link is like the example that I would use.
Monkey Funk 4D, first time chatter, says, what about watching energy? Is that a thing?
Ooh.
What is that? Is that like watching energy? Is that like the fucking hotel chair type deal? Or what?
Hotel chair. Voyeur energy. Yeah, no, voyeur energy exists too. That's like the people who are just there to fucking be there. You know, they don't really want to fucking. They enjoy just seeing other people interact. That does exist. It's pretty rare. I'm trying to think if there's any people like YouTubers that we've met that have that type of energy.
Ethan is the definition of power bottom. I mean,
Yes.
Yes. I didn't know any of these terms
Yeah.
would be easily applicable to like or heterosexual people.
Anyone can be a top or a bottom or a switch.
All right.
All right. Okay. It's an energy.
Okay.
And what you prefer in your dynamics, you know, sexual or not.
I liked when we were
It's a
talking
vibe.
about whether someone would smoke a fucking e-cigarette or a vape or a cigarette.
Ela's a top for sure.
It was easier for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do with gay sex.
I know. I love that phrasing. It doesn't have to do with gay sex. What are you talking about? You're the weird one. We're trying to equate it to gay sex.
Ela's for sure top. Ela's like, in my opinion, like there's something so assertive about Ela's vibe.
What the fuck? We are getting so many recipes from these bitches.
Yeah, they be cooking.
Limited invulnerability potion. Wow.
Wait, now I'm curious. In our relationship to you guys, chat, who's top and who's bottom energy?
Wait, let me clarify. I want to be on the
us.
same page as everyone.
Yeah.
So what you guys are saying is that a top is someone who is a little bit more like dominant and like takes life by the horns or whatever and like
assertive.
says this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah, that's like
like get on the bed.
The way you said that. Like get on the bed.
That's how you know I'm a top for sure.
The Rhett and Link is like the best example of a top and a bottom.
Wait, but that's so weird though because like I feel like those guys are like I don't feel like there's any like a difference in like assertiveness between them.
No way. You don't think that like Link is always
okay,
like
we got
baby.
3 here, so yeah.
Link's always baby. He needs to be taken care of, right?
I mean, I guess so, but it's hard, right? Because the things that I'm looking at are like things like oh, he's a picky eater, right?
Yeah.
Which
true.
like to me feels like unfair to like qualify him as a bottom because he's a picky eater, you know, as like a trait.
You can be a picky eater and be dominant about it, but like Link, it comes off as bratty.
Right.
Right? It's not like he's like
I guess I get that.
And when Rhett isn't into something, he's like, yeah, I'm not really digging it. Like it's like a very assertive
I like 096's take. Like Zero's saying Rhett tries very hard to seem cool. Like that's part of I feel like that's part of the whole. That's so interesting because I almost feel like that is bottom energy.
Yeah, picky eating is bottom behavior. It's brattiness. And you can't be a brat and be a top, right? You can only be a brat if you're a bottom.
A brat. I'll
Yeah.
kill this guy.
Like picky eating is bratty bottom behavior.
Ian, definitely bottom. Tops don't get scared by squirrels getting too close. Listen. I'll tell you what. I have some background on that. If there was no camera there, I'd let Anissa fucking get bitten by a squirrel. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, that's true.
But I gotta seem like one of us. If one of us is going down a dark path, in terms of like a public display of like what's responsible and what's not. Like, when I'm gonna shove something dangerous down my throat or like lick a frog's back, like she's gonna be the one to tell me like, yeah, don't do that.
That's true. That's
if
true.
she's getting handsy with a squirrel, I'm gonna tell her, no, scary.
That's true. I will say that you can be a brat and a switch. That's valid. But you can't be a top and a brat. I stand by. But okay, here's the thing. When you had the makeup on, right? Or even just the photo that you took smiling with the cookie, that's very baby girl. Like that's very baby girl. Like that's not a.
All right.
You know what I mean?
There's no avoiding that for me as well. That just happened.
Yeah.
You can't fake being a bottom or a top.
No, you can't. I mean, you can. I don't know. I definitely think that everybody just has a vibe, and it's not bad or something to be ashamed of. I think Ethan's very baby girl too.
I think I trust only here to sin. They say Ian, a switch for real. I think.
Yeah. Ian top energy with his throat choke capability. Sometimes I forget the fact that this man ate PewDiePie's ass hair.
Being ranged in an MMO game is bottom. I also still have your Sheep Supreme hoodie. Thank you, 9 Lane. But also, I wouldn't normally be
That's true.
A ranged guy. This is like a new experiment. I love my first character was a fucking warrior. I'm up close and personal.
Yeah, no, that's true. I actually would. I think if people knew you, and knew our dynamic fully, I think we are switch.
Yeah.
I think it depends.
Yeah,
I can
absolutely.
definitely be baby girl and very bottom as well, depending on my OCD moments.
I think that's a very good, good dynamic. I like that dynamic. I like being baby girl sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like being freaking Giga Chad. Or whatever. so it's just I don't know why I said that. Someone said Warriors are Giga Chad 100%. I have no idea what that actually meant in the context of top, I guess, is what I was getting at for saying Giga Chad.
I just, it's so funny because you're so ginger about it, so it comes off very...
I made Giga Chad.
Get on the bed.
Get on the bed, you fucking bitch with a big bussy. Close your legs. I don't want nothing to do with that right now. I have my own business to be attending to.
What the hell?
Called World of Warcraft. That is my 9 to 5.
Like European Sigma male?
I'm a bottom for World of Warcraft. Yes, I'm a Jiggy Chad. I'm a Jiggly Chad.
I'm a Jigglypuff of a Chad.
There's only one man I will be a bottom for, and that is Germa.
Whoa!
That is Germa.
Whoa! Really? I feel like Germa's baby girl.
No, I was just saying that as the European, not me personally. I'd never be a bottom. Ever.
For Germa?
I would only be a top.
Oh. Not for Germa, though. Or for Germa. I'll
have to think about it.
German's got a firm handshake.
That's true. He's got that fucking... Germa's handshake is like 20 years older than he is, in my opinion.
That might have been the funniest thing you ever said in your entire life, I think.
Nice.
No, I think when you were spamming Diglett in my asshole, that was... But this is close second.
So let me see if I have this right. Like, let's take a show like Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Charlie's
a bottom.
What?
Sorry.
Let me go.
Okay, sorry.
And you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Okay, sorry.
Charlie's a bottom. Yeah. Mac's a bottom.
Yes.
But
like power bottom.
D's a top for sure.
Yes.
Frank is a top
yes.
or a switch, maybe?
Top. I think top.
Dennis is a... God, I actually don't know. This is where I'd be confused. Dennis, his personality and everything, like, he's certainly assertive. But he's got some weird shit when it comes to, like, his sexual stuff. It feels like he wants to be, like, dominated and shit.
Yeah, but...
Nostalgic says Dennis is a fake top. Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Ah!
Fake top. I do like that. Peach Jar's nice. Woohoo!
Thank you, Peach Jars.
We're talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and who's at the top.
Oh, you got cut out. Say that again.
Oh, we're talking about It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and who's at bottom right now.
Yeah.
We're analyzing.
We're discussing who's top, who's bottom. And we just realized that Dennis is a fake top.
Yeah.
Wants to be a top, basically.
Yeah.
Because that's, like, constantly, like, what he's talking about. It's, like, being this golden god, being this, like, you know, marvelous, like, sex creature. But in reality, he just wants someone to step on his balls.
Yeah, so D's, like, top, true top, and Dennis is wannabe top.
Yeah.
Fake top. Okay. It's like a coral snake.
Yeah, Charlie's bottom. Yeah, we decided that.
Coral snake versus a whatever the non-poisonous one is. You get it.
Yeah. Red next to black, jump back Jack.
Yeah, that one. I thought you just said Redneck Jack. I was like, who's that?
Redneck Jack is definitely a top.
True.
Yeah. Okay. So how about The Office? So like,
this
Dwight is a. I don't know. You tell me.
Oh my god! It's actually. I think Dwight is probably the hardest character to characterize. I think.
He's a bottom.
He is. I think he's a bottom.
Yeah.
Based on his interactions with
Angela.
Yeah, Angela, and also his interactions with Jim.
Right.
Yeah, because Jim is definitely in his interactions with Dwight. Dwight is very bottom.
All right, guys, you can't just start saying fake top for everyone. All right, it loses all its meaning when you start saying fake top.
I do agree though that he is fake top, but I would say that's just he's just bratty. But
yeah.
he does want to come off like he's in control, even though he doesn't actually want to be in control at all. Right. So I do agree, fake top.
Gromus is a top and Wallace is the bottom. Gromit is the dog. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. Oh wow, that's actually probably the most true. I think Wallace is like he couldn't be more bottom.
I actually think Creed is like a switch, but definitely prefers to be a bottom.
Oh, Creed is the fucking
old man.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say. Oh wait,
Creed watches. That's true.
When you said Creed watches, I thought that you were talking about like the stream. I was like, oh yeah, we better like keep that to ourselves.
That would be so cool if Creed watches our stream.
Yeah, that's like one of those things. Obama plays Dota.
Obama plays Dota. And Creed watches our WoW streams.
Yeah, Creed watches iDub streams.
Oh, pest category. I feel like we could expand it, but I think we'll get a little bit too caught up in the... I think we got to keep it, everything's on a spectrum, but just what they kind of rank in most.
Walter Jr. plays RuneScape. Well, we gotta know what the name of the actor is, but I like that. I do like
Baron
that.
Trump plays TFT. I'm gonna start that rumor. It sounds believable. He's a huge TFT fan.
Michael Scott is a true bottom. That makes a lot of sense.
He's a true bottom for sure. Pam is a bottom, Jim's a top.
Yeah, that's true.
Whoever wrote Jim really wanted to write how they think people view them, I feel like. I don't know if that's true, but that's the vibe that I get from Jim's character.
He literally said that Jan puts things in his ass. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wish Jim would top me. Jim with a beard. Love Jim with a beard.
Okay, so inside we have 3 goons in this cave, by the way, Anissa. So
I'm getting chased. I don't know where you
I
went.
might be able
I looked away and...
Okay, there's a cave here, so I'm gonna try to do it on my own, but it's gonna get tricky.
Oh my god, I can't get away. They're everywhere.
Okay. Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just didn't know where you went.
No, that's fair. I'm going to have to feign death, I think.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. They respawned really quickly, and I'm not sure I understand it.
This is not hardcore, or else I'd be crying and shitting myself.
Play TF2 next. Eventually. I gotta put that on the old download.
Yeah, I guess, to be honest, we probably are, both of us, true Switch energy, because in reality, like, I think I sound, like, very confident. I make 0 decisions in our existence. I can't. I can't make a choice. If my life depended on it, he needs to do everything, and I don't really have any, like... It sounds crazy. I'm not embarrassed by it at all, to be honest. I'm actually very at peace with it, but I have 0 goals and aspirations in life, other than whatever he wants to do.
This is very true.
Yeah, I just want to help him do whatever he wants to do, and that's what makes me happy. So, but I sound very... It's because you talk to me enough that I know how you feel about things, and I want to passionately fight for you.
Yeah.
And that, I think, comes off. It used to really bother me that my brain worked that way, and it's been like that ever since very young. I remember being in grade like 2 or 3, and then being like, write your goals and aspirations. And
I was laughing because someone just said that sounds like pelvic tilt energy.
Tilt energy.
I'm not gonna get over that. Yeah. You would. I mean, when you listen to fucking people in our society, they make it they make it a requirement. Like, you should absolutely be, you should have goals. It's super important. You should have like a 5-year plan for everything. Mm-hmm. You should have a 10-year plan. You should be doing all sorts of shit. And if you don't have that fucking strong of feelings, like, I don't know, it's not your fault. I think once you meet more people who have what you have going on, I don't know, it's made me feel more comfortable about the world, and like what, that not everything needs to be like some fucking
grind.
like a grind or like a fucking World of Warcraft quest. Like, not everyone's
Yeah.
doing that. Some people are like dancing in front of the auction house, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think yeah, like somebody said in chat, like I guess my goal is to just see you like as happy as possible. And that is like really what and I don't know, I definitely used to me and Ian went through years of like trying to figure out what the fuck I needed in order to have like cuz like we were convinced like okay, well I need my own hobby or
Dude,
my
I was
own
I was fully drinking the Kool-Aid when it comes to like everyone needs like a grind
yeah.
and a thing to like occupy their time with, and like an end goal and a career and all that kind of bullshit. But it's so like not a lot of people have what Anise is describing. I think Wolfen just mentioned it and a few others in chat. It's totally
Yeah.
valid just to want to live. You know.
I love cooking, like learning to cook because I like the idea of being able to like feed us the tastiest, best food possible. I like learning how to like do certain things when it comes to like editing or whatever so I can like help you with things as much as possible. Like I do get passionate
Mhm.
about things, but it has to be tertiary through making our existence and your existence
Easier.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And better. Yeah, yeah. And I actually think that's super key to what makes us like not necessarily human, but like living. Like
Yeah.
we're doing all the like all of that shit that you just described is essentially what a bird does. Is essentially what a fucking, you know, anything that has a fucking like a hole, you know. It's like
Like a pussy?
no, oh yeah, no, that's a wrong way of putting it. But like you're just like you're doing all you can, these like small little things to make your life easier, your living,
Yes.
your
Yeah.
your existence in this world a little bit easier. But I think some people take it to the nth degree and they're like, you know, well, I need
Like
5 cars to make my life easier and better. It's
I
like
think
probably
like
not.
for me like the best way to describe it, what he said it sounds toxic, which I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't know, but let me put it this way. Ian has a lot of creative and great ideas, and sometimes he needs more time and space and optimization to ensure that like these things are getting out and he can do what he wants to do. And I find passion in being able to find ways to optimize our life so he has more time to do the things that he like. I admire the want that he has to create, and I want to give as much space and time and opportunity for him to do that, and that's what I am passionate about. So like that's the best way to explain it. And I get most excited when he has an idea and he wants to just talk at me because I know that something's cooking, right? Like and that's just how our dynamic has worked for 7 years, something like that. But it's everybody's different. Like some people, both people have aspirations and people are working together to push each other in that way, and that's fine too. I just like don't have that initial drive. If I needed to go find work, right? Like I have no problem going back to serving, but I have no dreams of doing anything bigger than that, really.
Yeah. It is interesting though because I like yeah, a lot of you guys are saying it like love the support role and like yeah, viewing it as support.
Yeah.
And I think part of me really didn't like that idea because it's like, ooh, it feels like that feels like an imbalance. Like everyone should be like have the same desire that I have in life, essentially. Like it's stupid, but I think that was the thoughts initially in the relationship where it's like you're going to feel fulfilled and like, oh, was that you? Jesus,
Yeah.
that scared me. All right. I think I only have like 2 more crystals to get, so let's keep going.
Like I'm happy.
But once I
like,
discovered that Anissa was happy in the support role, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
holy shit, like, we're actually doing things together now. There was a time period where I would not let Anissa be involved in like a video or whatever, because I'm like, you need your own thing. Get your own thing.
The crazy thing is like even at that time, like I was.
You were still doing it
like,
for sure.
Heavily involved.
Yeah.
Because like you would.
There's some insecurity as well, though, right? Where it's just like I think you know, I wanted to be responsible for any like success that the video had or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it being like unquestionable, like that that it's my thing or whatever.
Right, that it came from you and that it was your.
Yeah, but now that I feel a lot less that way, I wish I'd known that our dynamic could be this way a lot sooner, because it would have been very win-win-win.
Yeah, because I guess like the point, like you would ask me to like film things for you, or like, you would like bounce ideas off of me, and then you would always like say, you know, a couple days later, like, oh, I need to hire someone to film for me, so you're not doing it anymore. And then you would go try to hire someone, and then they would do a bad job, and you'd be like, oh, I don't like that. Can you film this thing for me again? And like, that was our dynamic for like the first like 3 years, I would say. Yeah. 2 years. And it is like this kind of like, I don't know, it's like fighting what just naturally was working for us. And I get it, because I also, you know, like I streamed and I had my own thing going on time, and there was a piece of me that was like, well, I need to keep like worrying about myself. But the problem was that I didn't have very much interest in dealing with what was happening online with me. It wasn't fun for me. A lot of hate, so I just didn't really know what to do at that point, I think. But yeah. Jesus, I'm Ian. Thanks for saving me time on some problems. Yeah. Once you you have to just kind of accept whatever dynamic is actually and not fight it, because you end up having like arguments that don't even need to really be arguments. Because we're much happier now, and we're doing.
Right, let's kill these ones. Sorry, there's gonna be 3 in here, so just be ready. I think this guy's gonna want to kill one of them, which is fine.
Let's put it this way: if we didn't acknowledge our dynamic, done any creator clash.
All right, you can leave those ones.
Okay.
Man, I still have 3 more that I need to get.
I haven't been collecting any crystals.
Oh. Okay, that dude just died.
Oh,
no,
actually,
you're full on crystals. Yeah.
Yeah. I just need 7 out of 10 of the... Oh, no, that's you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Arguments are healthy. The real problem is when there's no arguments at all. I totally agree.
Yeah.
You can have, like, you know, bad moments. Everyone has bad moments. You should expect to always have some bad moments. But if you can figure out how to get out of them a lot quicker, that's great.
Yeah, and the type of arguments, like how you're arguing, matters as well.
Yeah.
But I think it's like, I'm a really big believer in everybody's relationship dynamic, like, being very unique, and what, you know, fits on one person doesn't fit on another, and that's, you know, totally fine.
We haven't argued in months, babe. This isn't working.
When's the last time we've had an argument? I'm trying to think of what our last argument was.
It's just always stupid shit now. Like, just small things where it's like you're one of us is overwhelmed with something, whether it be like internet shit or, you know, health and fitness, family, friends, whatever. And the other person not being 100% on the same page, you know. And then it's almost like a discovery, like, oh, now I, like, by fucking, like, shaking the bee's nest, accidentally I've discovered that you are upset about something.
Yeah.
So that is what an argument is, I think, a lot of the time. It could go a lot deeper, but as soon as you, like, acknowledge, like, oh, you're going through something right now, it's like, piece of cake. All right, we did that quest. We should...
Yeah, where's your dad? That's very valid. I definitely worry about that too. Just like having a public relationship. Like I never want people to think that there's one way to, wear a relation. Even somebody on Twitter like asked like if me and Ian are monogamous, which I found very interesting, but I responded, I said, yeah, we both prefer monogamy. We're monogamous, but I don't, have a problem with people who choose to have polyamorous relationships. And even that like response like upsets people. It's interesting. I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the polyamory community because you definitely want to advocate, but I'm sure like you guys worry about like coming off like you're saying one style is better than the other.
Burb01 says, it's not unhealthy to have conflict, but not having conflicts isn't a sign of an unhealthy relationship. I hate that narrative. I mean, you're going to have conflicts in any relationship. I mean, if you're not having any, that's fantastic. I definitely wouldn't say that it's unhealthy if you're not having them, because you could actually be to the point where, the conflicts or whatever it is, like you maybe don't define it as that.
That's
but
what I was going to say.
It's totally a normal thing. I mean, it's not bad. It's like saying it's like talking about any emotions. Like it's fine to get. Someone was saying that about, what was it specifically? We were talking about like it being okay to get sad or cry, and then I think someone in the chat who was like defending like toxic masculinity was essentially saying like it's totally normal and good to get angry at things. It's valid to get angry, and it's like, yeah, that's one of the emotions that you can use.
Yeah.
So it's all valid, I don't think it's.
I think
just whether it's potentially called for or not.
Yeah, I think it's actually an interpretation problem. Like people who say like if you're not arguing, it's not healthy. I think what they're actually saying.
Oh, thank you, Stinky Raina.
Is that if you're not advocating for yourself or expressing or communicating, which is sometimes going to be negative, then it's not healthy, right? You're suppressing, which like I think that's valid. I don't think that has to come out in the form of like arguments. For example, like, if I tell you one day, like, I just feel like you've been kind of interrupting me in conversations lately, right? And you go, oh, I didn't think I was doing that. And then we have like a bit of a conversation about it. Some people may deem that an argument, right? Some people might deem that not an argument. And I think depending on like, how you view the word argument.
Totally. Yeah.
It depends on like that, you can live your life and have a relationship where that's the extent of your arguments.
Yeah.
And say to yourself, like, I don't have arguments. Like, I feel like we're there.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't have arguments, right? What some people consider arguments. But they are like negative like we'll have communication. This thing is bothering me.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of.
Oh, we just aggroed a bunch more.
Oh my god.
You'll probably want to run there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say just get out. Best you can.
I'm trying. But yeah, I understand why someone would interpret it as like, oh, so you're saying if I'm not fighting with my partner, then that we're not healthy.
Yeah. Well, it's where's your dad said, I always find it interesting how verbiage changes perception. If I told someone I'm poly, they'd be very weird about it. But if I told them I say I was in an open relationship, it'd be very different, more positive reaction.
That's true.
Yeah, very true. Frustration is a normal human emotion. It's important to express it, not repress it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like people who are just stuck on one topic or subject, and people who attempt to subject the other person to their point of view, it's awful. I wish people would effectively subjugate someone to their views without pushing something to someone. I might agree with that, but my reading comprehension isn't that good or good enough for that.
I think a lot of us just want to be validated.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it comes off like, I don't know. I feel kind of, especially if you're you're more fringe. Like here's an example, right? PewDiePie in his video about my OnlyFans like said I would never let my wife do that, right? And in that moment, that was a bit hurtful to me because it felt like I wasn't being validated in my choices by a peer, right? Was there anything wrong with what he said? No. There wasn't anything wrong with what he said. I mean, it's the truth. He wouldn't let his wife do it. That's perfectly fine. He's very allowed to feel that way. I understand why he feels that way. But I think human beings have this want or this need to be validated, and I could see like why some people who are maybe making slightly alternative choices feeling like they need to convince people of what they're doing so they can get validation.
Yeah, in fairness, Wolfen, we're not sure. I mean, we don't know what the exact verbiage was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But I mean, it could have been that. I just don't. The point was elsewhere.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure if he said exactly let, or if he said I wouldn't want my girlfriend / wife to do that. I'm not sure. It could have been. That's not the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
It was just more of like a, you want to be validated in your choices by your peers. Even if it's just a hint of it, and people react different ways to that. I wouldn't be okay with it. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's good. That's like a lot more, taking accountability personally.
Sorry. Yeah.
But we had heard a lot of people using the term let, so
there were a lot of people who used the term let.
Yeah. Or allow. Yeah, that's fair, Wolfen. Man, these minions are spawning so fast. It is crazy.
Nostalgic, or sorry, not nostalgic. Lussy FF asks, Ian, are you a vodka or tequila guy?
I think these days I might be a tequila guy.
Ooh.
I think back in the day, I think vodka was closer to like no flavor, and I think that made it more appealing to me. Like I could get it down easier. But I do think tequila, I don't know, I like some of the drinks that use tequila. Like, what was that one? Is it mezcal?
Yeah, mezcal.
Is that a tequila? Or
that's a what's Jolie? What kind of bar?
Oh, gin.
Gin. I think it's a gin.
Really?
I think so.
Old items prefer vodka. Yeah, cloud blower. Old eye clubs. Old eye clubs like beating people to a bloody pulp.
Asper Reaper says, I think it's not only validation, but it's more along the line. People have certain views on things, and that's okay. It's just the difference from realizing that people can have views, and just because you may have a different view doesn't mean your views matter more than theirs. Yeah, I think also on the flip side, if you're the one who's having your views kind of challenged, knowing that like your views aren't less valid or less like somebody can understand you without agreeing ultimately with your where you've arrived at. And I think once I kind of like started, because like I had to make peace with seeing a lot of our mutuals giving takes about our choice and feeling like they weren't understanding us,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think that's what kind of made me sad, was like feels like there's no understanding, but just because they're giving their takes on like how they feel about it doesn't mean that they don't understand, or it just means that they've arrived somewhere else, and that's okay, if that makes sense. I feel like, Ian, you've always been good at that.
Yeah. About what
Yeah.
or what? Sorry, I was reading chat.
Just understanding that when people have differing opinions, it doesn't mean they don't understand or respect your opinion. You're very
Yeah,
like
it,
level.
it depends, right? Like, I would say one of the things that I really struggled with in my relationship with you early on and with people in general is kind of having that resilience when someone is saying that they've been hurt,
Mm-hmm.
or they didn't like a particular thing that I said or did or whatever. I would feel so incredibly bad and like defensive,
Mm-hmm.
because of how bad I was feeling. And so over time, like, with a lot of exposure to you
Mm-hmm.
and to other people, and like not immediately saying like to myself, like, I need to defend this action or
Mm-hmm.
whatever, like really just listening and figuring out what happened.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, like I definitely, and I think most people, they don't intend to upset, belittle or hurt anyone,
Mm-hmm.
um, you know, in relationships or just in life.
Yeah.
And I actually think a lot of former fans of mine would benefit from, you know, uh, just sitting on some criticisms and like, accepting how other people are feeling and just being like, that is totally
Valid.
valid,
Yeah.
and I am allowed, and I'm not a weak person for,
Mm-hmm.
letting someone tell me how that makes them feel. It doesn't
Yeah.
need to be a debate. You can disagree with it and you don't even need to say anything. You can mull it over.
Mm-hmm.
But like turning, something that isn't meant to be like an argument at all, it's just someone being like, how do I broach this subject? I think it's important.
Yeah. Uh, Iggy asked, "Have you been sitting with the criticisms?"
Have I been sitting with the criticisms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
Um, I mean, I'm definitely more in the mode right now of uh, I feel like I've heard it. I've heard it all. I've heard a lot. Um, so I think for me, it's just about more so, uh, like refining my voice through all of it.
Yeah.
Um, because when you're listening to others, that there really isn't like a whole lot of room to, uh, you know, like respond. Or I mean, you can respond. It's just a matter of like it's not really the purpose. My purpose over the past 2 months hasn't been, you know, giving people my nuanced take on things. It's been more so about, letting people know that I'm changing and I'm open.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I like this question. Nostalgic. It's not intrusive. Um, Ian is a Libra, sun and rising, and he is a Pisces moon, and I am a Cancer sun, Leo rising, and Virgo moon.
You can just call me a Libra Pisces for short.
Yeah,
Everyone knows what that means.
which I mean, it's kind of funny because you're like what everybody knows you for is content cop, which is like the most Libra thing ever.
Yeah. Thank you, Cheddar Popper. First time chatter. Cheddar Popper. Love it. Hello, Elite Virgin Gamer. Jayla Ray says, I know for me personally, it's hard to tell if people are being genuine or being mean when criticizing. I react defensively so fast before even thinking, and it's hard. That's so relatable.
Yeah,
so
it's hard.
disgustingly relatable.
Well, especially with all the concern trolling that Ian gets specifically, I feel very bad. And also, I was talking to Ian about this yesterday, because empathy and like learning about other people's feelings and having to be concerned about that, it's like such a it's you're now navigating that while this stuff is happening online. It's very hard for you. It took me a long time in my life to be able to figure out when it's okay to stand up for myself.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, you're really dealing with that right now. And it does make me sad to see, because I don't want you to think that you deserve to be constantly just shit on by everyone all the time. Like, I do want to see you figure out when, like, you can say, like, okay, no.
Enough's
like,
enough. Yeah. This is where I'm drawing the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. And it's interesting. Like, I feel good, very good with where I'm at. And, I know that for old iDubbbz, the bar for human decency was on the floor. And it's very easy to go through life that way. That isn't like, it takes no special skill. It's like being a nice guy, right? Like, it's the same kind of energy where it's like, yeah, like, that's your policy to fucking not care what other people feel. Good for you. That literally takes zero fucking effort. Like, congratulations, you have no empathy. You're not thinking about others. Like, what do you want? A fucking cookie?
Yeah. Yeah, and then they get rewarded monetarily out the ass for, like, the people who care the least are the people that are in our system.
If you can still, function in our society by not giving a fuck about other people, like, that's like that really fits in with, like, capitalism and everything else. Like, you're a really good piece you're a perfect puzzle piece.
Yeah. The Jay says the fact that the trolling is so centered around your personal lives is so rough. I've said it before, but after all these years, you're two of the strongest people online. I really appreciate. I'm not gonna lie. I do spend I spend a lot of time, especially at night, wondering if I have truly ruined Ian's life. Like, because it's hard. You see it obviously dedicated to it. There's people who I can see their face. They're human beings that are talking very confidently about me being abusive, or, confidently saying, like, everything that I've done has led Ian to where, his career is shit and I've ruined his credibility or whatever. And, like, I am not a confident human being in my, like, choices at all, like, just candidly. So hearing those things, it is very difficult. And it doesn't matter how many times he told me that he's the happiest he's ever been. I convince myself that I've managed to, like, trick him into thinking that, and that I am all these things. It's very hard. I don't know. I don't know if it'll ever get better for me, but it's definitely very difficult, for sure. Thanks, John.
Clout Camo says the people who hate Anissa literally just hate women. I don't get it. You're 100% right. Sometimes it's really crazy because I'm like, oh no, it can't be that. It can't be that, like, on the nose. And then I'll just, like, do a little comparison. Kind of like the shit pant thing. It's like, oh shit, no, this is like a ton of people are just using this as an excuse to hate Anissa. Like, literally has nothing to, like, she's the best partner ever. I'm, like, more happy than I've ever been in my life. But people are, like, like, trying to come up with any excuse to badmouth her. It's, I don't know. It's rough.
You've also talked about sharding yourself like a million times like in videos, and like I like the shit pant joke is not new.
Um, Izzy Iron says, iDubbbz, I think it's a good analogy, except you weren't the biggest asshole. You were very comedic in your delivery, so it wasn't always taken that you were just an asshole. Yeah, I mean, that's fine to, have that take. I'm just saying that in general, I was, even still back then, I was very uncaring about how my how the world, like what I was putting out into the world, was affecting other people. And if it's true that you weren't too affected by it, that's fine. But there were people, and I like the. You called it an analogy, I think. Or comparison. I think it's fair.
Thanks, Jerky. Just watched Chernobyl. Not a lot of empathy. Socialistic politicians / leaders either. I think that unfortunately, just the system that we're in right now just rewards antisocial behavior, and it's very hard to break out of that system, no matter what badge you're wearing, political or otherwise. I think that you have to like look at it as a case by case basis on like whether or not somebody has decided that the system that we're in isn't good for real.
I totally agree with this thing Cheddar Popper just said. I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with. Oh, you aggroed more. You gotta get out of here, babe.
Oh, sorry. I zoned out. Sorry. I'll let you
It's all
leave.
good.
I will run.
I think that a lot of people are uncomfortable with growth or change when something or someone changes, and that change challenges an individual's decision / behavior. They often get defensive or lash out, unfortunately. That is nail on the head. It sucks to change. It sucks big time. And it's super upsetting when you're seeing, like, your favorite content creator or someone that you've, looked up to or, been influenced by, they change in sort of a direction that is it's going to make it difficult for you because it's challenging a lot of your beliefs. Like, that's very hard.
Okay, Jabroni, that makes me feel so much better because I feel like to us it was so obvious. Like, I mean, so he wasn't. I was trying to keep him awake at that point. It was like 20 hours in. So like he was a little deadpan, but like I felt like it was so obvious that it was like me and Ian have tried to be. I mean, we're getting a little bit more loose, obviously, but we've tried to be like pretty careful on like what can be clipped. And neither of us. I even asked Ian after. I was like, "Did you ever in a million years think that was gonna be clipped?" He was like, "No." Like it wasn't even I felt like it was so obvious that it was a joke. So
I felt like it would be emphasized as well with the lack of reaction. Like,
yeah.
I literally didn't think it was. It's like, okay.
If I made Ian uncomfortable, he's very. Ian's one thing that you're very good at is
I'll get loud about it.
Yeah, you'll express boundaries. I mean, with everyone, your family, your friends, like people who you're close with, you're super good at like letting people know when they've gone too far. Strangers or people that you've just met, no. I'm the opposite. Strangers or people that I've just met, I'm great at telling them to fuck off. I'm horrible at expressing boundaries with loved ones and friends. We have like the opposite problem.
All right, we have 2 minions to kill here.
Shit pan crew for life.
Shitty Pant Gangsta Money Gang. Thank you, iDubbbz Balls. You always have the best input. The best input.
Back to the grind. Yep. but it's cool. I don't know. There's a lot of things that being with you, I've gotten a lot better at. Expressing boundaries in my personal life has been like definitely one of the
Uh,
bigger benefits.
well, maybe you can explain what this question in the chat is asking.
Hmm.
I'd saw the interview with Olay, not a lot of boundaries there. Not saying that was wrong or right, but what sort of boundary would you have set there had it come to it?
Oh,
Um,
I mean,
I guess you
I
don't really know until it happens. I don't know what
yeah,
the that's
I
all
don't
like
think she
super
was being like
theoretical
unfair.
and like potentially just unfair to like, um I guess the boundary is, saying that, I was intentionally trying to uh like be racist or something like that. Like there's like a more intent there. I think she understands and other people understand that like, you know, I and others are like victims of you know, the society that we're in, and we're, you know, it's
Yeah, she was coming from it at an angle that you symptom you're expressing you were part of the problem without really knowing that you were part of a problem or
yeah,
being very careless, right? I mean,
yeah.
she was super understanding. She was extremely fair, to be in my opinion. I don't
Oh,
really
I
think
guess
that.
that's one thing like that's worth mentioning as far as boundaries go. Like, um, if it was ever put to me, because Francesca, I think, uh, you know, has obviously been one of these people who's been affected by a lot of the anti SJW type rhetoric and stuff. And I was like adjacent to that culture, like I'm right there alongside of it. But I didn't
Mhm.
make a video specific about Francesca ever, so she was never like a content cop target or anything like that. But there, if the issue was pressed further that I made a video about her, that would be a boundary. I'd be like, well, no, I didn't, but I think it's very fair for her to feel hurt by the content I made, regardless of about whether it was very specifically about her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it just really wasn't the main focus of the conversation with Olay in general.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
mean, maybe I'm very curious about this. I'm not sure where people are coming that commenters coming from because my interpretation of Olay's approach with you was she was aggressively understanding and fair, like
Yeah.
overly
Mm-hmm.
understanding and fair to you. And the things that she said were like they were just like objectively true.
Yeah.
Like if the black community was listened to the extent that like I would say the overall online community is, you wouldn't have become popular. I don't think you would have been a popular content creator if
Mm-hmm.
if the black community had the ability to
Well,
cancel
that's
hate.
just it, right?
You
Like,
wouldn't
and
start.
anyone quoting that like part of the video, it's super apparent to me, at my current point in life that they're feeling a certain way. They're not actually hearing the content of what she's saying.
Yeah.
Like what she's saying is very like obvious, objective, and true. Like you can't
Yeah.
disagree with that. At least that specific statement that you quoted.
Yeah, I've seen people be hung up on that in the comments, and to me that really confused me because I felt like she was just being honest.
Yeah. I think it's just
Right.
one of these things where they're just not used to, some people are just not used to that level. It's like you sometimes. It's like that level of like
Bluntness.
bluntness to the point, assertive. And it's like just because someone's assertive doesn't mean they're like being unfair, you
Yeah.
know?
And it's okay to like listen sometimes, like setting boundaries is like if you feel like you're being mistreated. which again, you're very good at, doing. But you were, I don't know. I was like amazed at how I thought she was gonna go in harder, you know,
Yeah.
for sure.
Mehruin, have you ever stopped to ponder what the word dwell means? Because I don't know what you mean when you say that.
Can you unironically collab with Curtis Connor? I know it would be funny.
My head keeps mixing up Olay with Oleg. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Two very different people, though.
One's a lawyer, one's an electrician's apprentice. We don't ever know if he graduated from apprenticeship.
I hope he did.
It's confidence in a viewpoint that some people have never heard. So by their nature, it sounds wrong. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Do you have a disease curing ability? Because you have a disease on you right now.
Let me see. Abolish poison.
No, not a poison, a disease.
Remove curse. That's all I have. Unfortunately, the disease being pelvic tilt. Trust me, if I could remove that with a WoW spell.
Well, I guess Ruin. I'll put it this way. It's part of my life. I don't think it's and it's a big part of my life, especially right now, right? So for me to, if you think that I should just get past it, and like, I don't know what the idea is, or I don't even know how you think people like normally like do things on stream or occupy their time or have conversations, but this is what conversations are a lot of the time, is talking about what's going on with you in your life, what's important to you. So I wouldn't define it as dwell. Yes, it's a release.
Yeah, I don't think it causes us anxiety.
Yeah, it's the opposite of that. It's like, hey, this is like one of the times that I can chat with people who have maybe experienced similar feelings and they can relate to it.
It also gives the same energy as like, I think actually what ends up bothering me the most on like Twitter comments is actually people who say like, don't feed the trolls. You're just going to like, this is why they keep doing it. Because this has been happening to me personally pretty severely for the past eight years of my life. And the advice that Ian used to give all the time was, don't say anything and they will go away. And for I would say 3 or 4-ish years straight, I legitimately did not acknowledge it. And it never went away. It arguably got worse because they were like, oh, she's not saying anything. And
I can go in and there's zero repercussions.
Yeah. And so like now that I'm finally 8 years in, I'm tired. It's all of our feed on any social media. It's all I see. I don't want to be told not to do it because it's going to feed the trolls, because to be honest, it doesn't matter what I do. If I stay online, they will find I mean, we were quiet for months and they made up a vasectomy take meme just to continue to make fun of us, right? Like we didn't even have to say anything. They just made it up. So like I think that's like similar to like us talking about this on stream, and like this is just our life, and we're gonna talk about it. I mean, it's what people are curious about. It's what you know.
It also like really like, I don't know about you guys, but me personally, like I get really anxious. I do get anxious by like not addressing certain topics and
Yeah.
not being able to like fully explore my thoughts, because I want to eventually be able to speak confidently about like what I'm experiencing right now, what I experienced, 2 months ago, what I've been doing in life. And really the only way that I'm going to get there is by communicating it, you know, uh, especially when it's like hot on my mind and very like relevant in time. Whoa, that's sweet.
For the raid.
The Surfs TV. That's awesome. Thank you, Lance. Yeah, I appreciate you. I was lurking in the stream yesterday while you were watching the Olay iDubbbz video. Lance told us to be kind. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. It's all right. If you guys do have any questions,
Stars.
I can answer them. And if I can't, Anissa can.
I'll try.
We just got done dunking on Tim Pool in Destiny. It was neat.
Oh, man.
That sounds like a blast.
Talk about resilient. I feel like it amazes me that guy continues to post online content in a beanie, no less. Do you think he'll ever graduate to like a fedora?
I remember
Or maybe
roller.
a baseball cap?
Tim Pool?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I feel like Tim Pool, switching up to a new hat would be a great thing for his brand.
Oh my god. I can't stand that guy.
Roller Dragon.
Fedoras. Ooh. Okay. Tell me this wouldn't be a picture that would break the internet. Destiny and Tim Pool back to back fedoras.
Oh yeah, they're putting their backs together, like looking at the camera type thing.
Yes.
That is a good look. Yeah, I like that. That's vintage. Thank you, Roller Dragon.
Arms crossed for sure. Whoa, butt naked. Holy. This is getting advanced.
Okay, we got an interesting comment, I think, here. Oh, I need to heal Oleg, I think.
Oh,
yeah, actually,
I'll
can
heal
you?
him.
Yeah, can you heal?
Yeah,
him?
I'll heal him.
Oh, one just spawned. We need to go back this way. Okay, we're safe. Let me read this. I'm a black man and black rights activist. I used to openly despise iDubbbz as an internet personality, but because of Ian's openness and sincerity, I can honestly say that I support who he is today and the journey he's on. The ramifications of his actions aren't erased, but Ian having the courage to address these issues and his own experiences is valuable to people who have made similar mistakes and goes a very long way to healing wounds of the past. And shout out to Anissa, she's a good influence. Anissa is a good influence, and I do want to be a good example for people, and particularly for people who are coming from the same place as me, which is a straight white American man who thinks it's fucking they're
the biggest struggle in the world is that you can't say certain words without being
right,
in the face.
and just encouraging different and more experiences, and interacting with more people, because I think a big part of all of it that a lot of people can relate to in general is lack of community and isolation, and just by increasing your community, a lot of these things become like essentially like a no-brainer. It's like, yeah, of course I shouldn't be saying things that
Are harmful.
are harmful to people in my community.
human beings.
Or outside of it.
It is very my dad always used to talk about like a good leader is someone that leads by just doing, you know, and they're important. People who are, you know, going forward and doing things are what help the team win. And I do think that that's, you know, and I think like staying online and continuing to try and continuing to show love, because I think that's something that I tweeted about it the other day, and I do think it's really for like especially like white commentary YouTubers to realize that like acknowledging the criticisms people are giving does not mean that you're being canceled. It means that like you're doing things that are harming people and don't need to be done, and you can admit like, oh, okay, I'm doing a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know, like you can do that without it being the end of the world. And I think Olay like put it really well where like you're gonna be fine, right? Like you don't have like a lot of the ceilings that exist for a lot of other people out there as a content creator. And I think if you can show other content creators that like they can lead in that way, then
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that it will.
Oh, one
Ooh.
just spawned. Okay. You know, you
Sorry.
we can. No, it's all right. I just want to bring this one closer.
I thought it was a fish in the ground.
Yeah, and you know what? There was a moment in the interview with Olay where she was saying that comment about like, listen, like you're in a lot better place than a lot of people or whatever. And I thought that was interesting, like kind of watching that back, because I personally, I was, you know, I was more upset that I wasn't able to like fully express or convey my feelings like eloquently for the question she had initially asked. So I kind of had, I think, a little bit of a frustration, and like, I don't know, my sentence kind of petered out. But that's when she said that comment, and I was like, man, I wish more of these guys who are like saying awful shit on Twitter and elsewhere, these haters, would like look at that moment of Olay like showing compassion and be like, yeah, this is a person, like this isn't who you're claiming this person is at all. Like she was definitely way more fair than she needed to be.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. She was very compassionate.
yeah, but I think a lot of those guys are just like super fragile, and I don't want to be that way. I want to be able to listen to people without getting my fucking panties in a twist.
Yeah. No, for real. That's a good. I'm glad that you said that, because I think that there are a lot of people that do not want to admit to themselves that they are fragile in that way. And I think that if they could admit that and they could exercise that muscle and take criticism and understand where other people are coming from, it's not an attack, I think we could really get somewhere.
Prolast Media says these people are called influencers for a reason. Their impact on the zeitgeist is not negligible. They can be a positive or negative influence on people. Yeah. Well, exactly. You have to acknowledge your role in it. And I think a lot of people, and I did this as well. Like one of the things that I used to say about my videos is like, oh, all I'm trying to do is entertain, right? And by saying that, it's like a very like safe policy for me to like navigate around the internet when people want to like, you know, put things on me like, what about this or that? It's just like, oh yeah, I'm just trying to make an entertaining video. So like the excuse for anything, whether it be edgy, whether it be bigoted, is that like I'm just doing it for entertainment purposes. I think some people also say in a cheeky way, I think in a lot of ways to protect themselves, is money. They'll just say money. Oh, I'm just you know, doing it for money, which is fair. That's another like, you know, vaguely honest comment. I'm sure it's money, but I'm sure it's also other things.
What you do with that comment, though, is literally admitting that you don't see people as
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
don't see. So it's also because like that's a man to harm. I don't know. I've always been. There was this one event that me and Ian had when I used to get a lot of hate online, and some content creators started to figure out that they could take swings at me and get views for it. And one of these content creators had made a video and then in the description put an unlisted video that had conversations between me and them, and like they called me ugly and said like the only reason why Ian likes me is because I like give him good head or some whatever. It was really bad. I was really upset about it. And Ian was like, "Well, you put yourself out there and like this is what happens." And I got really angry and I was like, "The only was you
Oh,
don't
sorry. You got cut out
oh,
during that last 3 seconds.
oh, sorry. I just said like the only reason why landings on him
Oh.
because are you is it
Yeah,
cutting out
it
or-
kept cutting out again. You can do it again. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's our internet.
uh
You can keep
this
going.
I can't
I can't.
anyways I can't, the point being that it was like the first time that Ian had to like realize that what was protecting him from like hate or like why people thought he was such a winner was like strictly because it was extremely controlled what he shared with people and who he talked to, when he talked to them. And I think that a lot of these people that miss Ian's old content, what they actually miss is that Ian provided a pretty much blank slate with, um, you know, uh, like
Yeah.
unsavory humor that people could put whatever they wanted on. And that's why you were such a genius to so many people, was because you didn't give enough for people to fully fill in the blanks of like who you were as a
Yes.
person to have an
And
opinion.
the Matrix is trying to censor Anissa. True. That was an important thing that needed to come out. The engineers at Discord were like, stop.
Yeah, you were playing a game that nobody else was playing. And I
Yes.
remember, yeah, the Mr. Beast effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, I mean, you can see a ton of content creators, like vaguely political or vaguely edgy, or Fence City, like do the exact same thing, where it's like, like think like how much, you actually know of a person's like, political opinions or just regular fucking opinions. And like how much they share. Do they live stream or not? Like, how much do you know about a particular person? Typically the people who, like, don't live stream and will just make videos or short form content or make music or whatever, it's very easy for them to kind of walk through life being kind of a blank slate for a lot of people.
That they can project whatever onto.
Yeah.
And the issue is like, because some people are like, well, why'd you say anything about it? It's like the issue was that Ian was a blank slate that was also a product of obviously the time, and also was saying things that when you present especially when you present as a blank slate, is easy to be grabbed and used for political things, right? So a lot of like people that started enjoying Ian's content were enjoying Ian's content for ways that like he didn't intend for it to be enjoyed. Because when you come from a very specific upbringing and a specific perspective, you don't understand the damage that you're even doing, right? Until you're faced with the reality of it, or communities where my perspective isn't the only perspective that exists.
Ding! Anissa just
Ding!
got a ding. Okay, how much gold do you have? Because I think that means you can get a mount now.
61.
All right. I think you need to be closer to 100 gold.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, willfully ignorant. Yeah. But I would say the blank slate made it worse
Mm-hmm.
because it people could grab it and project. I mean, a lot of people assume a really good example is like Ian when I launched my OnlyFans, Ian went back into his old content to see if there was anything he ever said, like joke wise, that would kind of indicate that he didn't support sex work. And he actually found an old video of when he was like 20 or 21 where he was like, yeah, I
Oh,
don't mind women getting
sorry. I thought
uh
line of sight would have saved me there, but
oh
it
sorry.
fired through the thing. Sorry. Go ahead.
Um but Ian found an old clip of him when he was like 2021 saying he was in support of sex workers. But people, because he was such a blank slate and was acting so like uh carelessly in the jokes that he was telling and the way that he was behaving, people took the blank slate and started projecting things onto him, including hating women, hating sex workers, hating minority groups.
Also, it is
uh
worth mentioning that this is sort of like this isn't something that I was like entirely like blind to.
yeah.
Like this is like entertainers in general are like, I don't want to, or I shouldn't say entertainers, but there's a lot of entertainers on YouTube and elsewhere where it's like, yeah, if I happen to get some fans with some unsavory opinions, like
Mhm.
that's fine so long as I didn't, say anything
Overtly say it.
explicit to like endorse any of that kind of behavior. I just
Okay.
happen to have, a certain percentage of my audience being, racist or, bigoted to some degree.
Yeah.
And a view is a view, and attention is attention, and you're going to try to benefit from any of it. Like
Yeah.
if a bigoted person likes Taylor Swift's "Single Lady" song, I don't know a Taylor Swift song.
So basically, what you're saying is you were just trying to spread the net as wide as you could. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Do you feel like because you were seeing stand-up comedians uh, pull laughs and views from, because at that time, like when you think about
Oh,
2012, 2016 humor, like stand-up comedians,
right. That
almost all of it.
yes,
And do you feel,
100%.
because
I
I was wondering
Sorry,
about,
you can continue saying what you're saying because I think I agree, but let me hear it.
well, it's just like, so the idea is like, I'm going to pull as many fans can because I'll make everybody laugh about something,
Uh-huh.
and everybody has an opinion about something. So these are popular takes that are being said, and I can pull more viewership or guarantee a laugh based on
Right, and I'm not
whatever's
like
being.
I'm not responsible for. Or the idea was that I'm not responsible for someone taking it to the next level. Like
Right,
if I have like diet bigotry going on, where it's like,
right.
or maybe not even diet bigotry, maybe LaCroix bigotry or something. It's like it's not my fault that some like mega bigot is enjoying my LaCroix bigotry.
Right. So you disconnected yourself where you were, I'm I am doing something less bad. Therefore, it is not bad.
Yeah, I mean pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to I feel like clarify for
Yeah.
people watching. We're not saying that this is good or we're condoning it
Just trying to
at
figure out the
all.
logic of it.
Just trying to figure out the logic of what was happening and why.
Well, and really for other people, right? Because this is like you will notice that people really don't make it a habit in their content creation to come out and like just constantly denounce groups, or like if they have a couple of people in their comment section saying some like bigoted shit, they don't feel the need. Most people don't feel the need, nor would it be like smart for their careers to make a 20-minute video saying like, this is inappropriate, guys. Because most people, the fans, are going to say, well, I didn't even see this as a problem. This doesn't even seem to be, much of an issue. So, I think that's worth mentioning. It's like a lot of people are, there's a reason not to constantly announce to people, like, this is what I believe in. This is how you should be acting and behaving in my comment section, or, what have you.
You fully believed, I remember this, you fully believed in not policing your audience.
Right, because then you don't have to take responsibility. That's the idea.
Yeah.
For any of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I also, somebody said being less bad than bad people is me. I agree. We're not advocating for that. It's just important to, like, look at the logic of, like, why these things were happening. Because maybe somebody else will hear it and be like, oh, shit, like, that's how my brain works.
Right.
Or, it's crazy because you don't realize, like, a lot of the time what type of audience you're fostering if you aren't constantly, like, involved in it. And you were not involved in your audience at all. You stayed pretty much out of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. The craziest thing about these fragile guys is that they're always the ones who are screaming about being offended and calling people snowflakes. Yes. Yeah. They were very upset with the Olay interview, which just goes to show you how fucking, like, weak a lot of these people are. Like, they did not... Like, number one, they would have never fucking had a, like, one-on-one conversation with Olay. Yeah. Because they're scared.
I think that's something that really bothers me, to be honest, is the projection, the intense projection from people that stops them from, like, getting the point. It really bothers me how, like, strong of a barrier that is, and I have no clue how to, like, snap people out of that at all. It's very frustrating.
Coming to this conversation midway is a trip. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, we pulled too many, so...
Okay, run.
Yeah, run. I'm gonna still kill this Naga, but we should run.
You're a snowflake because I want your entire race to be in prison. If any of them, if you could explain to them, like, I feel like a lot of people don't even realize, like, in, like, the Constitution, in the American Constitution, like, slavery literally has been written to it to protect it in the jail system. Like if you could explain that to people who are, like, on that end of the spectrum, and they actually listened and understood it, I think that would change a lot of people's minds on, like, how fucked our system is.
Obnoxious Traveler, is this game better now? No, I think it's the same. This is we got High Functioning Stoner. Hell yeah, High Functioning Stoner. We love weed. This is kind of on the topic. When I first watched your videos around 2016, I had a hard time making my mind on what kind of person you were, and I almost felt bad about enjoying the content before I was somewhat sure you weren't just being hateful. Yes. No, that is right on the nose in a very, like, discreet way. Like, the more you watch, the more you're like, you could sort of see the occasional bad or sus things being said. But if you want to see the good in this creator because they made you laugh or whatever, you're going to watch enough of their content where you're like, I made up my mind. This is a guy who, doesn't believe this particular thing that I would think is like reprehensible. But the exact same thing is being done by the bigot.
Yes, okay. That's such a good way to because it's like so up in the air. It's like literally, and both can make the definitive decision.
Yeah. For the bigot, it's just like, well, let me wait for something that's a bit more insensitive.
Well, it's like
because that's the funny shit or whatever.
But even like I remember you saying this recently. You were like, I can now like have like a pride flag in a video and people not assume that it's ironic.
Yes.
And that's crazy because I remember you have had that sent to you and you never knew. You were like, this is like, if the person sending it is like part of the LGBTQ community or is it
right.
Like, you couldn't tell. You literally couldn't tell. And if you did do something like have a flag in one of your videos, people would have it's a flip of a coin, right?
Yeah, because I mean, you'll see a lot of creators, like I feel like Super Mega has done a little bit of this.
Yeah.
Where it's like there's some goofing off, there's seeing some fan mail and stuff. And I think for their audience, it's very clear. And I think they made it obvious just based on like, who they interact with and shit like that. But even they've, I think, struggled with that kind of stuff. But it's this idea that like, LGBTQ and pride as like the theme of like goofing off, right? And it's like some really bigoted people can think that that's funny. And some really gay people can think that that's funny. Because they're like, oh, my straight ally is showing support in their goofy way.
Yeah, and if they didn't make it so obvious, it could be the same. They could have ran into the same problem, but because Matt is so like open, Matt and Ryan are so open about being allies, it's very obvious where they stand on it. It's the reason why Dana White got upset that they kissed during the fucking. Can you believe that Ryan and Matt upset Dana White with their gay kiss? Like, that's crazy. Yeah, Dana White at a press conference was talking about.
Well, we've only heard of it. It's been quoted by like someone in the chat. So we haven't heard it ourselves.
One of the fighters told us about it too. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, you need to be healed.
Yes, I do. Jay, that is so sweet to hear. I've been trying to tell Anissa, like, we need to podcast it up. We really do.
Every time I open my mouth, though, I'm like, this is getting clipped for sure. And that, I don't know if I'm ever going to get over it.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why it needs to be a podcast and not a WoW stream, right? We got to save it. We got to have you in like HD saying the questionable stuff.
Oh, nice. The shit pant HD.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Shit pant HD.
Thank you, Idub's balls.
Kissing before marriage gives the Pope ass cancer. Think before you speak. Think before you speak.
090.
Say that.
096. Oh, no, you're good. Says, I always saw your comedies making fun of bigotry, but I understand how it was harmful because kids watching conservatives being dumb. I mean, yeah, I did not make it clear enough when something was, like, even just deciding to have some of these things in my videos, like, I don't know, that's like a very nuanced thing to do, and that's not something you play with. Like, you don't play with bigotry in that way. That's not something that you're like, I'm going to take the chance on this to see if I get fucking canceled off this joke or some shit. Like, it's so stupid. It's so uncaring about other people. It's just like, all right. There were a lot of things that I should have fucking outright, like, not had in videos.
Yeah, the reality is, I think really like when you really break it down is there's a lot of responsibility that you have to have. Like I just think it's and I know there's a lot of content creators that like but in the world that we live in, especially as like somebody who doesn't belong to these marginalized groups, there is a responsibility that you have to make sure that if you're not communicating like full on support or allyship, it you cannot perpetuate through humor iffy jokes. I really believe that because it's not, if you're not making it abundantly clear, it's just not the world we live in. Unfortunately, I would love to live in a world where people would assume that you're making fun of
Mm-hmm.
shitty people and bigots, right? But that's not the world we live in, right? It's like it blows my mind that people can, like, conservative minded people can watch South Park and find it funny and agree. Like they don't even understand what they're watching. I feel like a lot of, like, that's crazy to me. But they exist.
Yeah, that's a great example. Is the you know is people watching South Park? It's like, or conservatives watching Stephen Colbert.
Is that real?
That's totally real.
Yeah, I loved South Park growing up because growing up Muslim, like Imagination Land was like the media gets it. It was the first time I was like, somebody gets it. It was like my favorite. It was very cathartic.
I agree with that, Zorn. Your sentiment on that one. I think that's pretty accurate. And that's actually what a lot of like commentary behavior is on the internet in general. It's just kind of, attempting to call out bad behavior. But each of these people is putting themselves in the public eye. So eventually you're going to be doing or saying something that feels insensitive to a degree. It's just a matter of like what. I'm not saying anyone is guilty of any particular thing. It's just like the risk you run. Someone was upset, for me in the latest squirrel video. I saw one of the comments was like, "Can you stop destroying nature?" When I like pulled off like a mushroom off of a log or whatever.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And it's like the artist Conch.
Mm-hmm.
And, and if I'm not at the point where I care enough about that particular claim right now. I'm just but we could eventually live in a world where that is a thing. That is the most controversial thing that I do in my video.
I just think it's about trying to be better in life, just in general.
Yeah, you can be a commentary YouTuber and be like fucking responsible. It's not. I'm just saying that like when your main content, and Francesca Ramsey spoke on this as well. The idea that your main content being just always being a reaction to what someone is doing does put you in like a kind of a dicey situation content wise.
Am I done the quest?
It looks like. Oh wait, Mauri's clubbed foot. Yeah, we did Zanzel's mixture. I think we could stop that one right now. Booty Bay and Booty Bay. Yeah, let's go to Booty Bay. Turn these in.
You think they commented that under any video where takes a PJ? So what is that? I don't understand that question. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't get that one either. In any case, as a former edgelord myself, I'm really happy to see your growth, iDubbbz. I know people now call you cucked and a pussy a lot. Wait, you don't have to type them all out, man. You could have said, I know people call you names, but honestly, this shit takes 1,000 times more strength than what you did before. 100%. I agree. I mean, that's always what's. That's definitely what pushes me along. Is because I just like in my head, I'm like, oh man, like it's very easy right now for me to look back at my past self and be like, I would fucking like. That's a weak person. Like that's a very weak person to how I feel now.
Why? What's weak about it in your mind back then? What?
Because
What would you view as weak?
I guess a few things. Like I think one of the things is that I wasn't being my authentic self in that I would do things that I would deem like strategic or good for like YouTube or like oh, you need to come this way, babe.
Sorry, I was just reading
In this
somebody say
mouth.
that Jake Doolittle was talking mad shit about Creator Clash. I don't know what that.
No, I don't think so. Jake Doolittle, or I don't know who that is.
They're very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, just having like I was big into like policies, kind of like what I was saying before about like, when I'm being like questioned on stuff, I just say, it's for entertainment. And that's like a strategic decision. That isn't like necessarily like the honest answer. Because the honest answer is like a whole bunch of, different, maybe more nuanced things. So I guess that's one of the things. What else? That is considered weak, or that I would consider weak.
Sharing, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Sharing. Sharing's a big one. I thought that was like a huge, like you'd have to be an idiot to do live streaming because you're just opening yourself up to criticism. Like, why would you ever do that when you could just make a video or like other content that you can like stitch together? Like that's just a bad idea. I should keep that thick hide. Whoa, Jim Halpert's here. Good on you, E-Dubs. Resubscribe. Jim Halpert, you're a top.
Woohoo! Oh, I only had 12 of those Zenzold mixture. 10, sorry. I need.
Wait, what? More. Really?
You're collecting Zenzels.
Okay, my bad. We'll go back.
Okay. So yeah, the streaming, sharing, opening yourself up to criticism. I guess just having sharing definitive stances in general.
Yes, there was just a lot. Like I think I had things figured out, and maybe I had some things figured out to have a to obviously like garner like support and fans, but that's not life, and that's not longevity, and that's not like being a decent person. Like figuring out how to get the most fans doesn't really like that doesn't really leave room for much else.
Also, it just doesn't.
And other people's feelings.
It's not success. It's success in a very specific viewed way. I'm trying to figure out the word.
Thank you, Froggy.
It's success in the lens of capitalism, which is look out for yourself, garner as much attention as you can, as much as you can, as much money as you can. But it's not success in the sense of like actually helping human beings
better the world
and better yourself.
Yeah, and it definitely wasn't bettering myself. I think that's another reason to call it weak, right? Like since meeting you, I've done a lot more things that have bettered me as a person. And I think that's why I'd call the old self weak. It's just like the more willing to challenge myself. Like, it's not the end of the world if I fucking, do a boxing match and lose.
Yeah.
Oh, are you coming up this Booty Bay Road?
Oh, am I going the wrong way?
I think you were.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming now.
Okay. Yeah, just more challenging in general.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and I don't, just because other people aren't, doing that, I don't look down on anyone for, living a life that I was more so living, but there was a lot more that I could be doing as a person who is, trying to be in the public eye and gaining clout and attention.
Yeah.
It is responsibility, and could have just been doing a lot better.
I also liked, I don't know where the comment was, but somebody saying that they're thankful that it kind of purged those assholes, like these, apologies and stuff have purged these assholes off of, like, out of your community. I imagine for a lot of people that are in your community and want to enjoy your content and want to be a part of it, this actually probably is like a massive breath of fresh air to get those weirdos like out of spaces.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it'd be so nice if like your Reddit could be just kind people that are just enjoying the content. You know what I mean? Similar to like the Discord. Like, it would be really nice if it, was actually a community that, feels good to be in.
Someone had said in the chat a while back, it was a little bit confrontational, I think, but it might be worth responding to. Is the iDubbbz brand so important to keep that you are willing to apologize forever to keep it? Yeah, I know it's weird, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you thought that like I've like apologized too much. That seems like more of a you problem. Most of the time for me, it's just like a conversation about other things. But if it just makes you like upset or like feel bad to hear it, or like things that are adjacent to an apology, like just talking about the world and my current state of mind, like that's fine.
Yeah, it's not about keeping the brand.
Yeah, it's definitely not about keeping the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably do, if keeping the brand was so important, I probably wouldn't have even apologized in the first place.
Yeah.
Like, why would I care about the brand? Like, it's me. I'm a human.
Ooh, high functioning stoner was making ice cream.
Whoa.
What kind of ice cream?
High functioning
Also,
ice cream.
They said, I appreciate your answer and following discussion. Would have said this earlier, but I was busy whisking up some ice cream.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell?
Damn.
Okay,
That really is a high functioning stoner if you're making ice cream.
Peanut butter.
That's not fucking stoner behavior.
That sounds so good. Truly high functioning stoner. A little ukulele wouldn't go amiss in the future. I would find it really funny if you do whip out a ukulele eventually, maybe like 5 years from now, if like you maybe like here's a good way that the ukulele could go down maybe 5 years in the future. Remember that the skit that you did where you pretended to be really mad at How To Basic?
Yeah.
And there was like a whatever, and people thought you were genuinely mad at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Then you bust out the ukulele. Okay, and you apologize for.
Wait, like you mean doing something like that?
Yeah, if that happens in the future.
Oh, yeah, if that were to
then
happen,
you
like
bust
someone's
out the
like,
ukulele.
oh, I get you.
And you apologize to How To Basic.
Thank
It's gotta
you.
be. You gotta keep it in your back pocket.
Thank you, Majestic as fuck noodles. Majestic as fuck noodles for the tier 1 subscription. Someone just whispered me in game and said, "Yo, mind helping me 5 minutes with a quest in Stranglethorn Vale?" Sure. Oh, ding!
Whoa, ding! I still need one more. Looking forward to that items ukulele.
Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot to mention. Oh, we should go into marksmanship now.
I just need one more.
Eventually we're gonna get aimed shot, baby.
I'm gonna ask my mom if we can come over for dinner.
Okay. Thank you, Quasi Quasi. Welcome.
My mom texted me to tell me a very in-depth, harrowing story about her trying to mow the lawn and then falling.
Nice. Very harrowing.
I was like, Mom, why the fuck are you mowing the lawn?
How many more of these things do you need? Do you still
Just
need
one
2?
more.
Okay, one more. Gucci says, Ian, on the discussion of regretful behavior during the summer heat of Canada Day, do you ever regret destroying the coolest cooler with that shotgun?
Oh.
Not one bit. I've seen the coolest cooler in, like, so many weird contexts at this point. I've seen it in, like, multiple... I actually saw one that looked very well used in...
Yes!
in, what was it, like a Goodwill or something?
It was a Goodwill, I think. Yeah.
Which was surprising. But yeah, the fucking... I mean... I don't know, man. That shit was so whack.
Well, crazy story about that whole video was we went pretty far out of like where we live to film that because we had to go to like a land that allows you to shoot guns, and we ended up leaving the camera on the ground at the shooting range, and it was basically just like undeveloped land. There wasn't really much going on. People just show up there and just shoot into the hill.
It's called BLM Land. Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah. And so we left the camera on the ground, and we were about an hour away from that place and before we realized that we had forgotten the camera. And we panicked because I actually think that's where
oh, you gotta get out of here. You gotta run.
Okay. I got 12 out of 12. I just wanted to...
Okay. Well, that's good.
I actually think that's when you had the how to basic vlog footage on that camera as well.
Maybe.
But anyways, so we panicked because we realized that all the footage camera, we had to drive
We're not
back.
fighting. We're not fighting.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good. I just don't want you to die.
Well, I'm gonna die, I think.
Do you think you can bring back comedians on Razors again? I think it could be a fun supplemental component to a podcast. No, I mean, I'm definitely going to bring it back. Oh, man, these guys are chasing forever.
Yeah. But yeah, we had to drive back, and it was pitch black, and we had to pray that we didn't run the camera. Just searching the ground. It was so not fun. But we found it.
Why the fuck aren't these... Okay, there we go. All right,
mom's
I
still
need to pee.
Oh, I want to make a coffee.
I'll pee first, then you make coffee?
Okay.
I'll be quick.
My mom said yes. Okay. I'm gonna ask my mom what she made for dinner.
Yeah, we got the camera back. Yeah, go diarrhea. I'm gonna shit pan.
Are you shitting pan? What is for dinner? I'll tell you guys what's for dinner. My mom loves making... I never feel bad going over there because loves making a fuck ton of food. She still cooks like there's like 7 of us in the house, even I think 4 of them in the house now. So I feel like it's my duty to go there and eat it, because if I don't, then it turns into leftovers, and they don't usually eat the leftovers. Ooh, roast beef and potatoes tonight. Broccoli and cheese. But yeah, I think there's a lot of projects that Ian really wants to do. He was very happy with the squirrel video, which is cool. The mother's gambit. Yeah, she likes to cook in bulk, so I go over there and eat it. And also, it's we're not gonna, I want to spend as much time with my family in Canada while I'm here. And you, Anissa, are you going to continue the podcast you were doing? I want to. It's just been so. Every single time we're like, okay, we're gonna something. I think, like, even me and Ian don't plan for these like waves of, stuff that is happening. It a lot of it is like we're kind of just like tumbling through it. So every time we think it's kind of like calm, something kind of comes up. Um, and we're just trying to get over the tumbling and try to, you know, get a little bit more on even land before we can start really hyper focusing on just making it. Like I don't, I really, I do want people to know that like we do, especially Ian wants to make content that people can laugh at and have fun with. It's just like it's been so, there's things that are grabbing our attention that need to be talked about or, come first, and eventually it won't be that way. Thanks, bulldogs. Restart it. Why is it not good? Yeah, Canada's family related. All of my family lives in Alberta, and we have a big family event coming up. So um, I'm gonna ask Ian what if he wants to maybe leave the stream maybe a little bit early to go. Um. Oh, you mean okay, I understand what you're saying. It could be the internet, but I'll try once Ian comes
You were
back.
chumping up?
Yeah, I'm gonna restart it.
Okay.
Uh, do you, when do you want to go to? Do you want to go
7.
earlier? Or do you want to 7?
The stream
was thinking
ends
like-
at 6:30.
Okay, I was just thinking maybe we could end it a little bit early.
No, we got to go all the way.
We're not gonna be here for much longer, you know.
What's that supposed to mean?
Like
on
in
this
Canada?
planet? Oh, okay.
No, what the hell?
Uh,
But yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll tell her. I'm gonna go make coffee.
all right. Thank you, Gucci. Yeah, don't worry. Fucking documentaries are effing coming. They're effing coming. Lucif. Okay, Lucif. Yeah, we're on. As Han said, we're on Ash Candy. We are gonna switch over though to White Mane. It's taken a while though. We haven't pulled the trigger because we're just. I don't know. We're not really no-lifing the game so much anymore. We're just playing it very casually. Oh, I know you're not worried, Gucci. I guess what is it? What does it mean when you say something that you don't mean? Because that's what I meant. That's what I was. I think I was saying it to emphasize. Like, don't you worry. I'm gonna ba. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Okay, so actually, maybe what I should do is no, I still don't have bullets for this gun. This epic gun. I didn't know people actually played trolls. I love the troll race in World of Warcraft. It is my favorite. Oh, I'm sorry, Nada the Human. We are getting stream highlights. I think I've decided how to do them. So, yeah. It's going to be part of a routine. I think since a lot of the streams were World of Warcraft, I think those I'm going to make into their own little, like, mini-series. And then all the other streams that are one-off experiences where maybe we have some cool discussions or what have you, I'll make those as their own little highlights. What part of Alberta you in? We in Edmonton. Get it, iDubbbz. Let's get it. Hey, little blue, welcome. Hey, man, you don't need to remind me. You don't need to remind me we're in the red. If you talk to some incels on Twitter, they'll inform you that all the charity money isn't going to charity that we raised. We raised $164 currently, and this Saturday upcoming, we're going to put the full Creator Clash 2 broadcast on YouTube, and then all the individual fights. So that's going to be another chance to raise some additional funds through ad revenue and through just the little fundraising tool on YouTube. So that'll be good. Oh, man, this guy... Oh, shit. We did not help this guy complete his quest. I just realized. This poor guy. He's just been sitting here. Nah, no one in Anissa's family is an iDubbbz fan. Oh yeah, Froggy, I was just trying to use that as a backdrop for little spots in the Creator Clash broadcast to just have a message to remind people like, hey, if you're enjoying what you're watching, please donate. I wanted it to look a little bit cleaner than just having like black screen. Please support our program. Rye Guy. What up, Rye Guy? Thanks for subbing. Anyone in your own family iDubbbz fans? I'm sure we have some, but you know what? I think some of them might be more into like 2016 iDubbbz. But who knows? My immediate family, they're cool. Just wanted to say big fan since 2015. Can't believe the brain dead hate you've been getting. Cheers, dude. Oh, hell yeah. I love that little dancing pot character. Is that from... That's from... Elden Ring? Yeah, Elden Ring. I think. Appreciate you. Yeah. Oh, well... Not really, but if we have quests in common, I'm willing to do them with you. We got this and this. Oh yeah, I like the fat Yoshi as well. Leafy said he was going bald, so it's a big W. Oh man, he should. Smackers, welcome back. Hi, Ian. Love the new squirrel video. I went back and watched the whole series for nostalgia kick. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hello.
It's kind of cool because we're starting the squirrel series back after all the drama has ensued. So we're going to have like this new era of squirrel content. And I think it's going to be a lot fucking cooler and well-rounded than the old squirrel content because we actually have a clear mission now, which is the life list. So it's going to be like a cool vlog where we can see so many different types of little squirrels, and I'm most excited to visit India. That's going to be the biggest like squirrel video for a while.
I would love for that series to grow.
Yeah, it'd be sick as fuck.
That would be very nice.
Okay, let's go back to Hey Booten, what is your helm? Oh, I gotta wonder, is this person in chat or not? No one ever makes it obvious.
I know. Hello, Smackers.
Smackers is a legend. Checking out the rat temple, it's neat. I don't know what the rat temple is. Urinator. Hey, I'm not sure what you said, but I don't think you offended me because I typically remember the names that offend me.
You do have a very good memory for that.
Yeah. Schadenfreude says, didn't the squirrels begin as you relocating them from infesting your backyard? Yeah, it did. Yep. But like thematically, I thought it was so cool. I think, to be honest, a lot of people are just like looking for an excuse or a prompt to make a video. And, you know, if any of you guys want to be a content creator, I think that's a really good jumping off point, is if, you know, kind of like, you know, how inventors are like, well, you know, what's a problem that I need to solve? It's like, you could be like, well, you know, it could be what problem do I need to solve? Let me at least document it. And then you have some content on your hands. But I'm glad I don't have to deal with the squirrel infestation anymore. Oh, it's a temple in India where reincarnated rats run around.
Oh, that's fucking sick.
Right, because they're people, is the idea, or souls of former people.
They're souls.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean,
but that kind of idea, yeah.
Yeah, they're all souls. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be going to India mainly, but like again, it's like you can't we never really have an obvious reason to visit India over any other place. But if we can come up with a prompt like, ooh, the giant Indian rainbow squirrel, like let's go to India now. Like we can see all that India has to offer, but we just created a reason. I know it might be, I don't know if it's like autistic or what that premise is.
I think having a prompt, I mean,
I just like the prompts.
Yeah, prompts are important.
Like we have a couple of artists. Oh wait, are you running toward Booty Bay? No, you're not.
What? I'm right here.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot this other guy was in my is in our group.
I was like, what are you talking about? Rat people is a vibe. Me and Ian coined that term. I don't, well, we didn't coin. I'm not going to take credit, but we use the term rat people to describe people like us. And it's basically people who aren't outwardly social, like right away. They're kind of just doing their thing. But if they like you, they end up liking you, then they'll talk to you a lot, or they'll end up like kind of, they have a big personality. They got a lot going on. Rat people. I don't know if that's what rat people actually is to people, but that's what it is to us.
Rat people, aka Germa fans. I mean, based on our definition of rat people, that could be true.
Yeah, probably, yeah. El Goblino mode.
I think we gotta go inside and up.
Where are we going?
No, right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Zanzel's mixture. A belt of corruption.
Glad I could help. Talk to me.
I don't even feel like oh. Only one of us at a time, eh? I see how it is.
Oh, I did make some leather armor for you to wear. But I think it's in Orgrimmar. It's at the bank.
That's what they always say.
Right back.
Wait, what the hell?
What brings you here?
Also, I guess the last thing I want to say. Wait, are you flying some?
No. Did you turn in both quests to this guy, the singing blue crystal and the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
The guy at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got the silver spade as a quest reward?
Look, I'll tell you what I got.
Or the goblin igniter?
Goblin Igniter. Belt of Corruption. Silver Spade, yeah.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
That shit sells for like a good amount.
Okay.
Time is money.
I think like the last thing I kind of want to say on all of it, because a lot of people are. I think a lot of people who are like, "Why do you keep talking about this?" or "Why is this like all we're seeing?" I hope people can give us enough like grace or understanding to know that like this is all we see online, questions people have, people obsessing over it, people making videos on it. Like, I mean, what do you expect us to do? Like ignoring it and pretending like it's fine and then making like I just think it's a really hard ask. I think continuing to be online period is like our kind of how I just feel like we're trying to figure it out,
Yeah.
if that makes
It is, yeah, I would, in a lot of ways, I would like no more than to like live I would just enjoy living like a normal life, drama free. I wouldn't like to like, as some people say, like ruminate or dwell. But I don't see any of that as like a negative. And I know that once I get it off my chest and I've burned it into the ground, or what is the phrase? It's not
worked
burned.
it all out.
Worked it all out or whatever. Then the only thing left will be to move on and to do other things. So you kind of need to exhaust it. And I can understand some people are like, well, I don't want to have this discussion. For me, it is exhausted or whatever. But, not all of us are, on the same pace. Nor, some people are just watching my content or others' content for a specific purpose. And that might just be to get entertained. And, I've put out a variety of content from, these streams with Anissa to Save the Squirrels Initiative to Content Cop to Airsoft Fatty swinging a lightsaber around. Like, if it ain't for you, it ain't for you, and that's totally fine. You might need to check in later.
Yeah, I think that's also like some people saying like, this is the wrong move, like this is not how you gain fans, or this is not how you keep people around. But I actually think that's the last thing on our priority list is like keeping relevancy or keeping like we know that's none of this would have happened if like the thing was like keep relevancy or keep an audience, like I think we're just functioning on what we think is right, and that's the main like I mean, is it scary? Yes, I'm scared. Ian's less scared than I am, but I just think there's things that are more important for us and our brains. You know, it's just what it is. I don't know.
True.
So basically, a live diary. Uh, sure. I don't think so. Maybe, maybe to some. I guess it depends on how much. I'm a very open
Yeah, it
person.
depends on
I'm
how
always,
open you are. Like,
yeah.
I would describe it, like, old me would describe it that way, I
Mm.
think. It's like, not everything needs to get aired out, that kind of, like, idea. But it's like, trust me, not everything is being aired out. Just the shit that is, like, super relevant to our existence online.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, guys. A fucking gun. Man, the gun is obnoxious. It has a big fucking blast sound.
This seems like a reasonable community, so I'll ask, should I make a proper meal or just eat a bunch of chocolate? Eat a bunch of chocolate. So if your brain's telling you to do it, you need to do it. That's what I'm that's my wait, where are we supposed to be going? Where are you?
Nothing. I mean, I'm just leveling up my gun right now. But a thing we can do.
It's true the brain is dumb sometimes, but sometimes like if you haven't if you're like not eating enough calories or your body's like maybe going through something, sometimes you just need a lot of calories and your body's telling you to indulge, for a reason, and that's okay. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to prescribe advice for health advice for everybody's different, but I'm just saying it's not always bad to like have a me day.
Okay, let's actually fly back to fucking Booty Bay. It's better.
Okay. Like get on the
The flight path.
okay. Treat yourself. Yeah. I don't know. I love nutrition, but sometimes you just gotta eat some chocolate.
Whoa, this fucking oh, damn it.
What can I do?
Oh, I saw him before he zoomed away.
Yeah, he's beautiful.
Please don't tempt me to get my fourth takeout this week.
Y'all ever drop acid and watch Samurai Champloo? Highly recommend. I will say, I really like the word shampoo. Shampoo. I know it's not I think it's the name of that anime. But
like
that's
that word
like
too.
one of those words like phallic, not phallic, but PH words that y'all were describing the other day.
You like phallic.
I love phallic things.
You like phallic things, don't you,
Shampoo.
Squidward?
You love phalluses, don't you, Squidward?
No. SpongeBob.
I'm not gay.
I like orifices, SpongeBob.
Orifices. I love this giant goblin statue. That's a great touch in this game.
You my good little cum slut, Squidward. Sorry, I need to allow. I like that one. Lore. SpongeBob lore.
Okay. All right, follow me.
Okay. Growing up is realizing that Squidward was right all along.
Smacker says, wait, has anyone here seen Skibidi Toilet, or has he already talked about it? I mean, I'm familiar with the thing. Isn't that the Gmod thing that's going around for, like, Gen Z? It's like I think it was described as, like, the Slenderman of the Gen Alpha or Gen Z or something like that.
Is it the toilet?
The toilet thing? Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
Like, they keep getting them on my TikTok. I keep watching them. I don't know why. Help. What's your take on them?
This way, babe.
Sorry.
I just haven't seen enough of it. I don't know much about it. What up, Sparse Trout? First time chatter says Wiener Butts. Great contribution. It's a great contribution.
Yeah, it's like old, like YouTube or Gmod vids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was cool. It's funny, like random, crazy visuals.
I think our brains need that with how much stress we have going on. I feel like humor that you don't have to think about is like, I think, crucial right now. Just stupid shit, right? Like, when was slapstick popular? Because I feel like slapstick was probably popular around when the Depression hit, right? The Great Depression?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no,
like,
I think you're right.
I think it's so important right now.
Majestic as fuck noodles says, very random question, but do you watch Northern Lions content? I noticed you follow him on Twitter, and I think I remember you mentioning him on your 24-hour stream. Yes, we watch NL on occasion. We like watching him play his little smart games like Sporkle and shit. Mm-hmm. Things that we can kind of play along with. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's big into indie game, or he is big into indie games. Big game head. Mm-hmm. And I was big into indie games back when I was first starting out on YouTube. So I came across Northern Lion pretty quickly. He's a charming fellow.
It's very sweet seeing him with his kid.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is very sweet. And he lives in my dream city.
Does he live in Vancouver?
Yeah, Vancouver. Oh, that's cool. Northern Lions, the guy who got me into Binding of Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, that's fucking what he's known for, man. He got me into, I think he illustrated to me why I love roguelike games, or what there is to love about roguelike games. Like, the amount of episodes that he was able to, like, crank out. It's like pretty cool. It's a pretty cool demonstration of what's appealing about those games. Like, each run is very different and distinct. Wow, ton of misses. Yeah. Well, I'm leveling up this this gun. I probably shouldn't be leveling it up, but I want to.
But I want to. That was very Honey Boo Boo.
I want to. Are you a Binding of Isaac fan? Yeah, but I ended up playing other roguelike games that got me a little bit more addicted than Isaac. Isaac felt very like, I don't know, like that dimension, like the top-down thing was just very hard for me to wrap my head around. And like get good at, I guess.
Slay the Spire is that?
Yeah, that's a roguelike. Yep.
I love watching Ian play that.
Yeah. Yeah, Slay the Spire is a great one that took, all those great roguelike features and card game features and smashed them together. That was sick as fuck. Risk of Rain 2, love that game. I need to go back and play it. Risk of Rain original is also great, but I really like Risk of Rain 2 just because it's a very different game. The third person shit.
That's still recharging.
You play Inscription? Hell yeah, I need to finish it though, so don't spoil anything. Yeah, Risk of Rain is lit. Risk of Rain 2 is better for co-op. It is. It is a lot better for co-op. Me and Uncle Dane and Rad Jor, someone, maybe Ben Z, we were all playing that together, and it was a blast when that first came out. Items Balls just said Anissa Joe Mama. Man.
When Obama got elected into office, calling me Jama Obama. I was like, yep, that does rhyme.
Someone says
Something
real
about
men play. Elusive says real men play COC exclusively. What is COC?
Cock.
Yeah, aside from cock.
Cock. Real men play cock only.
Oh, Clash of Clans. That would be what cock fucking stands for.
That's still recharging.
Clash of Clans. Nah, get that shit out of here.
Is that the phone app?
Yeah.
Nice.
We actually ban Clash of Clans players in our chat.
What the?
So don't
Why
if
are
you
you
mention
a hater?
if you mention Clash of Clans at all, unless it's in a negative
okay.
context, you get banned.
It disturbs me, your polarization of
Hand, make that a new policy. Write that on the scroll.
Oh my god, on the scroll. It's so vitriolic, your hatred for Clash of Clans. What the hell happened to you?
No, I have immense respect for Zelda players, but definitely not Clash of Clans players.
What do you like Farmville?
Farmville is a bit of a classic, yeah.
I can't believe Farmville was kind of like, well, Harvest Moon was already out and stuff, right? Like, and
Yeah.
wow, my brain is not working right now. And Animal Crossing.
A roll. Give us a roll.
So for normies, Farmville was like their... What the heck?
Loser.
I keep getting low rolls. Yeah, I know. Mobile games be predatory at the time. But every time I'm on a plane, I'm downloading.
Hey, Froggy, if you were to cosplay as a Zelda character, what Zelda character would you cosplay as? Oh, thank you, Chattanooga Charlie. Good to see you again, Charlie.
Bless.
Yes, the Squirrel series is my favorite. It's so easy to just frickin' enjoy life and record squirrels.
You want to hear something embarrassing that I realized yesterday that is definitely going to keep me awake for like time?
Sure.
You know when like you're talking on the phone and you're like M like for mobility or like whatever you say.
Oh yeah,
right?
M for yeah.
Apparently most people when they do that they're they're using the proper like radio alphabet,
Right.
like Charlie,
Bravo,
Delta,
whatever.
Bravo. So I've just been making up like cringe words for letters when I'm talking to people, and they probably think I'm
Yeah.
real dumb.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Everyone does that, babe.
I
Everyone
don't think
makes up cringe words, unless you're like a military loser who's like who just has it all memorized, and it's just easier for you because you already know all the
phonetic.
phonetical for phonetic words. Yeah, I've said a lot of cringe.
Okay, so we're all making
Yeah.
up words.
Yeah, G for goober.
M is Mike. Wait, is it actually
I
Mike?
think the only one that all I struggle with is when I do one and I'm like, ooh, that is the exact opposite of helpful.
Yeah, that happens a lot for
Yeah.
me. Everyone does it, as in E for engage.
Can you or
Hello.
yeah, you get this water.
Everyone, like the C for Charlie first, like didn't make sense to me because I'm like, why would you use a C word that is like a CH? And then I was like, oh no, that actually makes a lot of sense because K, you would want, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we finished that quest.
F as in pharmacy.
Yeah, F as in pharmacy. That's exactly the type of shit I would say.
Yeah.
Let's actually swim in the water. Let's come over here. Oh, booty swagger. C is for Charlie. K is for Carly. B is for Barley. Yeah, that's so helpful. I love that.
C for cooter.
Yeah.
Cooter
It's
puts a bad taste in my mouth.
P
like
as
a
in
word.
pooper.
Oh, there was a guy. Guys, when I grew up, lacrosse guys would call women's asses poopers, and it really disturbed me. I didn't like that. They'd be like, "Look at the pooper on that one,"
So fucking
like that,
gross. Yeah.
and that just gave me a flashback to it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Why do they
Referring to.
talk like that?
Yeah, it's not. I feel like the only way that that's appropriate is if you're like Keemstar and you do have like a scat fetish, then you would want to emphasize like what the ass does. What the ass does is it poops. Like most people ignore that aspect.
It's so fucking foul. I couldn't believe. I love Casey's emotes. The Wendy emotes are so good. Yeah, check out the fart ripper on that dude. Damn. Yeah, that's the why they did it. Lacrosse guys, they would always like dehumanize or like I get it was really weird. They would like hyperhumanize the part while dehumanizing the person, and it was a very weird dichotomy, right? Like usually when you sexualize something, you're sexualizing it, right? And dehumanizing the person at the same time, objectifying them. But when you say pooper, you're like highlighting that it does a human function while also still objectifying who it's attached to. Like that's crazy. Crazy weird dichotomy. I don't know how to feel about it.
No. Wobble my whoop. You're totally allowed to find it funny. I find it funny as well.
The bigger the butt, the bigger the poops. That's just a fact. Game as a weak pooper. Maybe that's why he took such offense to that joke.
I'd love to kiss that vomit hole of yours. Oh
Oh
no.
my god. Holy shit.
Yeah, but that's exactly, yeah. That's exactly it. You figured it out. I laugh at the
have a
poop
health
stuff without
condition
fail.
where my butt is small, but my poops are so large. I'm very sensitive about it.
What can I
I'm
do
so
for you?
sorry to hear that. Can you imagine if that was like true? If you had a really large ass, you had really large poops.
See you around.
So like women, the beauty standard would be to
Well,
have the
that's gotta
smallest
be
ass ever.
true, though, right?
No, what? No.
Like, generally, like, everything...
No.
well,
What?
in general, like, as, like, a person's body becomes bigger,
Well,
like, the
an
biggest people
adult.
in our society are going to have bigger on average poops. I don't think they're going to have the biggest poops, but
So
bigger on average.
you're telling me that a 5'2", 150-pound woman who has like a big muscular has a big because her ass is more muscular, she has a giant poop.
Okay, that is not what I said.
Yeah, what do you want?
That is not what I said, and you're being
I was
disingenuous to
this is
suggest as much.
this is what I'm saying. I'm just saying it would be crazy if that was a reality. Size of your poops, and it became a beauty standard then for women to have the
Right.
smallest
No,
ass
no. I
possible
get that. I get that.
because women don't poop. So if you have the smallest ass possible, you have little tiny poops.
I get
That's all
the
I'm saying.
idea. Okay, yeah. I was on my own thing.
Yeah, you were going.
You
You
know.
were going on your own. I mean, I understand like a 6'10" man who objectively just structurally has a larger bone system and eats more and have a larger shit than like a Matt Watson looking guy. I get because they eat different amounts. That's.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just saying it would be imagine the beauty standard. Like women would be like binding their butt, like trying actively to like suck their butt in.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thought experiment. That's all.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Hi, how are you?
A Matt Watson looking guy. Matt Watson's he does it. He eats less than the Big Show, right? So his shits would be smaller.
Wet Bread on Floor has just subscribed with the Prime. Thank you, Wet Bread on Floor.
He eats less than the Big Show. Oh, you might not know who the Big Show is. He eats less than Andre the Giant. He eats less than insert another large person.
I like that. 69 Grizzly Bears. I saw a meme back in the day that said if you ever have a crush on someone, just remember that at one point in time they had raging diarrhea.
Yo.
I'm sorry, what? I'm
Just
sorry.
someone that you have a crush on. Just like if you're like maybe too like infatuated with someone,
Yeah.
I think is the idea. You can humanize them a little bit by remembering that it is a fact that
That's
they
true.
definitely had gone through
Shit pan.
shit pan at some point.
Yeah.
So I'm just running around trying to find like the quests here that need doing.
Andre doesn't eat anything. He's dead. I did think about that. I thought,
Greetings.
when he was with us, he was probably eating a lot.
Be careful.
More likely than not. Would you consider no, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to ask that. Felt cute, might shit pant later. I don't know. No, I would. What are you doing right now?
Just emptying my quest log. I got a lot of random shart here.
Crunch, it's so funny you say that because my sister today, and I was shocked that my sister knew YouTube lore that I didn't, because my sister is not on YouTube at all.
You need something? See you later.
I laughed, Anissa. You're not alone in your joke. Thank you. Favorite Pokemon? Oh, my favorite Pokemon is Noivern or Aerodactyl. I like both for the kind of same. I think Noivern. What is your favorite Pokemon, Ian?
Oh man, I don't know. There's so many great ones. When I was younger, I was a big fan of Sand Slash.
Ooh.
I like Dragonite's vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Like Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur. That's like my starter love.
Mm-hmm.
Leafeon can get it.
What?
No, I just read someone saying Leafeon. Let's go.
Like in a Vaporeon way, or like in like a my man. Like what way are we speaking?
Thank you,
Scared?
Christ
Scared?
Vokill, for subscribing with the Prime.
Did you? I was watching this TikTok.
Yeah, they have
Espeon's
made.
cool too.
What's that?
Espeon.
Oh yeah. Oh, I like Umbreon. Umbreon's like
Yeah, Umbreon too.
one of my fave.
I like purple, if you can't tell. I saw this TikTok of Asmongold anime, characters are not based on humans, but they're based on cats. And his brain, like, realizing that, like, everyone who loves, like, anime women are furries. And I liked that. I liked that. TikTok. It was very funny to me. I liked a Grimace. I miss Grimace. I do. I actually liked. He was my favorite McDonald's character. Okay, I hated the duck girl. She creeped me out. I hated Ronald. He creeped me out. Hamburglar was okay. I didn't like his teeth.
Okay,
Something
so the
about it.
Hamburglar, what he gives me is like Chucky vibes.
Yes. The teeth and the, I don't know, the mouth.
Yeah.
Grimace was so sweet.
I was saying Chucky from like Rugrats.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, just too much of a nerd. I don't feel like he could be anyone's favorite, you know?
Yeah, I really didn't like Chucky from Rugrats. He really bothered me. Angelica really bothered me too.
Have a good one.
I liked Dylan and Lil. Is that their names?
Yeah, they were cool.
I liked them.
Also, there was this show called Rocket Power, and there's this fucking fat white kid on Rocket Power. That was like one of those, man, that was a super relatable show. Because Rocket Power, like, took place in Southern California. But, like, the main characters were, like, Hawaiian. And they had, like, or they were mixed. Oh, yeah, I think they were mixed. Because their dad was this fucking annoying-ass, like, white surfer dude. Who, like, he reminded me so much of my neighbor. It's crazy. I would love to get a Popey for Christmas.
That's funny.
But alas,
It's like
I cannot afford $26.95. I just got a donation from Bozo. Thank you, Bozo. The $26.95. I think it may have cut off. I'm not sure. Based Clash Take. These are Based Clash Take. Yes. Yeah, because that show reminded me so much of my childhood with my friends Mickey and Chucky and Fluffy.
I
Uh,
love Fluffy is such a good. When you talk about your childhood, in my brain, I imagine it as
wait, you got cut off. You imagine it as a.
a cartoon.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it was kind of cartoonish.
Mine sucked.
Mine
I didn't have
sucked.
any, I didn't have anybody named Fluffy in my life.
Yeah.
Hey there. See you around.
The hell? I think it would have been better if I had a friend named Fluffy.
Yeah. I mean, and it is interesting, right? Because like I would have never like given my friends like nicknames, but that friend group was so into that.
Mm.
Like they called Fluffy Fluffy because of not Enrique Iglesias, but that comedian. I think his last name is Iglesias. He has this whole bit about like I'm not fat, I'm fluffy, and so they just started calling our fat friend Fluffy.
Okay.
Straight up. And it was kind of useful because the other friend was named, they had the same name, Michael. So one guy was Michael, one guy was Fluffy.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Made a bit of
yeah.
sense.
Mickey and Chucky is like, because it was Charles, so he went by Chucky, and then
Well, he didn't go
Michael.
by Chucky. That's just like what my dad and I would refer to them as.
That's so crazy because my dad and brother referred to my the guy that I
Uh-huh.
dated in quotations when I was like 14, 16. They referred to him as Chucky.
That's funny.
That's
Yeah.
where the Chucklet,
Yeah, yeah.
that's where it comes from. Is from that kid.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Chucky. Because he was just such a Chucklet. He was
Yeah.
such a mischievous little guy.
All right. Follow me outside of Booty Bay or meet me at the entrance.
We only have 10 more minutes.
Oh, I know. I'm just gonna maybe share quests with you and whatever. We're not gonna go on a grand adventure.
Okay.
No, Cam the Clutch. That was definitely not true.
Yeah, little rascal.
But
We're
yeah.
still- Did you have a nickname?
No. But yeah, they were big into nicknames in that group. Like Michael. I mean, he was a little bit. He was a little bit cringe at times. He would. How many slots do you have in your quest log?
How do I check that? I have 12 out of 20.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that should work. Oh, someone had mentioned their dad was a big fan of Pablo Francisco as a comedian. I think I've seen Pablo Francisco stand up. He's good.
Yeah, I actually, my first exposure to that stand-up comedian was someone edited stand-up routine over a Naruto. Like they made it sound like Guy from Naruto was like giving the
Oh.
monologue. And I had never watched Naruto nor seen this comedian. So I thought it was just the cartoon. And I was like, this is so funny. But it was not the cartoon. It was not the yeah. That was like in like 2010, 2011, something like that. Like, yeah. Anyways, so now I actually don't know Imagine Guy from Naruto.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot in this stream. It's been really weird.
Sorry,
I mean, it
it's
hasn't. It hasn't. What'd you say?
It's the internet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's bad internet right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it wouldn't be the noise gate because that really wouldn't have been something that changed.
Guy from Naruto could do it raw. Not gonna. I love Guy from Naruto. I like Guy and Rock Lee. They're my favorites. And Shikamaru.
All right, we can log out here actually. Um,
Okay. Yeah.
I gave you the quests.
Goobers. Goofy goobers.
But stay in the stream for the final, 7 minutes.
Thanks, Fang.
Hey, Scoliosis, welcome. Oh, that was one thing I will say that friend group, Mickey and Chucky, they did want to make fun of me for my virginity.
Wait. How old were you?
I was in my early teens, from 12 to 16, somewhere in there.
What?
Oh, by the way, thank you, Anonymous.
Ooh.
An anonymous gifter for 5 beautiful gifts.
They made fun of you for being a virgin at the age of 12?
Yeah. Well, and not just 12. I mean, it was 12 to 16. And it just became more and more, it was me. I'm so generous. I mean, hey, you can't say that, Froggy. Because you've done plenty of fucking gifted subs in here. But yeah, it is super normal, and it's one of the reasons why I tend to hesitate to do virgin or say that someone's a virgin is an insult or whatever, or a dig, because it is kind of well, I mean, it's it's wrong even if you're being lighthearted about it and you don't really actually give a shit. They did that kind of shit a lot, but they were real gross kids.
Did they ever, just because I'm very curious, I've heard men talk about this before, did that make you feel a lot of pressure to lose your virginity? And
100%, yeah.
And do you feel like you maybe pursued losing it in a way that you ended up not being comfortable with because of it, or were you?
No.
Okay.
No. I feel like it was, it was going to go that direction anyway, but it did make me, there were plenty of, days and nights where I was just I didn't feel good because, it's just mean.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me very sad.
Bozo, I held on to mine diamond hands style. Diamond hands, yeah. I remember being a teenager, we would always tell the Virginia, we're going to get you laid, bro, as if any of us had any game whatsoever. Dude, that was a thing. That's crazy how out of touch these friend groups are. You see, oh man, Anissa and I were actually watching some of that take place in this series we need to keep watching called the Juror, or what was it called, Jury Duty, where one guy, there's a bunch of actors and one guy is not an actor. He thinks he's really going for jury duty, but they're essentially playing a giant prank on him. But you can see how the weird toxic masculinity and these weird scenarios that they put this guy in, he just goes along with it no matter how fucking weird it is.
Yeah, or damaging for himself, or how uncomfortable. There was that one where he was sitting there and the old guy told him that he was going to go jack off in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And you could tell that it made him uncomfortable, but then he was just well, it's what dudes do. And then he started to get more loose.
Loose with it, yep.
Yeah. It's very interesting how that dynamic works.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're just trying to fit in, and then you just start doing weird shit yourself to not be the weirdo, right?
Yeah.
You assume I'm the weirdo, right? it's yeah, bros being bros. I don't know. There's a lot of that like, and I've seen it in sports. I played men's sports my life, and watched I've watched men, you know, get uncomfortable and then push through it and then start to try and act in a way that they think the other men accept.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. It's hard to watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Such strange. Straight men are some of the most gay individuals
It's
ever. Yeah.
it's true. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The men's dressing, there's a lot of not straight things going on for
Mm-hmm.
sure. We'll put it that way.
It is nice though and very cool when you do find the friend group that isn't fucking like pushing the boundaries or like putting their insecurities and their weirdness on you. Like I think Jordan Radjor was probably the first friend I had who like didn't have any of that weird shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Yeah.
where it's like constantly talking about like their dicks uh or getting laid or any of that kind of shit. Like
Or humiliating, like your whole
right, or any like
hangout
weird
session is humiliation.
yeah, weird bullying groups where you're trying to
Yeah.
like create a dynamic amongst the group of like
Yeah.
that makes it like you comfortable and someone else uncomfortable.
Yeah. The domination dynamics and humiliation dynamics in male groups, I've always I've had such a weird experience as someone who, was in an all male sports space, and sports in general is like very, like, you get a very concentrated, potent dosage of these types of dynamics. And there's something that always made me so sad, and I never understood it. I don't know if this is true for other sports, but in hockey, they had something called a team bitch, right? So the most agreeable man on the team, the most like fair man on the team, would get deemed team bitch. And then everyone would bully this person relentlessly,
Hmm.
and would, like, they'd be the water boy. They would be the one that like had to clean up after everyone in the dressing room. Like, they were punished for being a decent person, basically.
Yeah.
And it happened every single year. And people would be like, "Oh yeah, it's team bitch."
It's so
It
crazy because it encourages you, like, even if you're like a reasonable or neutral person, it's like this is forcing you to not be that.
Yeah.
This isn't like a one-off thing. Like this can happen to anyone who's just trying to be like a human being.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
everyone else gains a little bit more, like, or they think they're something special because they're not team bitch, but it's like no, you just
Narrowly avoided it.
yeah, when you were just the asshole, like
Um,
you,
Chatelaine Sen asks, "Did you find yourself getting dragged into this type of stuff?" Yes, I had intense internalized misogyny. I hated my. I truly believed that women were props and were only good for sex, and I thought I was included in that, and I was like the biggest pick me ever. I truly hated myself and other women at one point in my life, and it's very sad. Like, I think the reason why I am so aggressively the way that I am now is because I was a part of that culture, and I hurt myself and other women for a long time when I was younger, and it's very sad to think about. But when that's your reality, and it is so, it's constant, it's hard to uh I feel really bad for Pearl, to be honest. I mean, I she angers me a lot. I think as like an adult at her age, I'm very angry, but I also feel a lot of pity because I know what's going on. I feel a lot of pity for her, basically.
yeah, yeah, it's really sad because it makes sense why she's where she's at. Like, I think H3 or like it was like the subreddit or something was like showing like a picture of her and her family, and it was like you could just tell,
Yeah.
that she's probably been around a lot of really shitty misogynist opinions her whole life.
What got me out of that mindset? I learned through therapy to respect myself, and once I started loving myself, I could extend that to other people. I think ultimately, like, that's what it was, because I leaned into misogyny and self-hate, misogyny specifically for self-hate, because a lot of horrible things happened to me as a child, and the way that I coped with it was inner abuse, and the thing that I hung on to was being a woman specifically, and a lot of therapy was needed for me to accept that me being a woman isn't the reason why I went through the things that I did. And I think a lot of women, unfortunately, when you go through the abuse that you do, you have very few options on how to cope with that abuse. Um, and I really believe that's why there's so many women out there that are willing to throw other women under the bus. Like, the most anti-abortion women are women themselves who have gone through horrific like situations or have gotten abortions themselves and weren't allowed to talk about it, and now they are like outwardly hateful people.
Yeah.
And I really believe that it's, that's how they've learned to cope with the years of abuse, basically. So it's sad, it's hard. I think my like big moment was I had a boyfriend where, why are you like being so mean to like women? And I went on this giant hate, it was the most hateful acidic rant that I had ever been on. It was so poisonous. And I sat there after, and I just was sitting in the things that I said, and I was like, man, this is not healthy. And it was like the beginning of the end. It's I think it's the mirror thing, right? Like what you were
Yeah.
about, looking in the mirror and being like, holy fuck, like I'm disgusting. um I don't know, I hope Pearl gets there, but she's hurting a lot of people.
Yeah. It's also important for men to like acknowledge the that side of things, because it is like if everyone's a little bit more tuned in, dialed in, like I think it's really helpful
Yeah.
to be able to identify it, because like I had no idea that was a thing, like the idea that like women like Pearl had like this is what this is, it's internalized misogyny, and they're essentially going through the same thing that a lot of you know or thinking by being a victim, you end up thinking the same way that a lot of men do, and it's like not good.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's the
And then
same.
and also that's the combination of like, again, white women are so close to white men in the proximity of privilege that if you act enough in a way that like appease the people at the top of the structure, you can be close to the top of the structure and you start benefiting from that. So you have a nasty combination of internalized misogyny and a closeness to the top of the structure. For people like Pearl, that's a very nasty combination that creates what you see today, right? She gets rewarded for the behavior. And there's a lot of white women, like when uh what women are voting conservative, like anti-abortion, it's a lot of like middle-aged white women.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So
uh
because it yeah.
yeah, and you'll see that like combination of conservative couples a lot of the time, where it's just like you know that that dynamic of just like woman who hates herself, man who hates his wife, and then they
Yes.
just do there's just like this dynamic that just continues to exist, and it
Yeah.
perpetuates it. And I mean, it's also super sad because it's really easily passed on to kids.
Yes.
Let me just say, for Idubbbz Balls has just been fucking quite the switch in chat today. Some really nice things, occasionally saying balls and Zaza and talking about glands. And then says something like, deeply ingrained self-hatred is so sad to see in others.
Yeah, I love that. I
The
love
variety is just, it's...
get you a guy or a guy or a girl, or
Right.
they both,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, definitely just pulling it together.
But yeah, self-hatred is hard, and I think I don't know, it's you can have empathy but also expectations for people. Like, I empathize with a lot of people who have self-hate. I feel bad for Pearl, truly. But I have expectations for how people should behave, and she's not meeting them, so I'd rather her get off the internet and figure it out. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
yeah. We should probably go eat roast beef.
Yes. All right, we're gonna go eat our roast beasts.
Whoa, beasts that are roasted.
Love y'all. Thank you for coming. Thank you to everyone who stuck by through the Peach Jars raid and the Surfs raid. We super appreciate you. Idubbbz Balls, thanks for being in here again. Unigo EE, thank you for the gifted sub. You're blessed.
Also, we're watching Barbie. We're watching Barbie. This not open. Barbie.
Oh, I didn't know
Team
that.
Barbie.
Cool.
Team Barbie.
All right. Thank you, Mayor of CWCville. Bye.